trust. I belong to you, and I'll always be around when I need some loving, baby. And I'll never let you down, let you down, let you down. I'm your song, and you're playing all my melodies. There's no one else, 'cause baby, we got chemistry. You give me feelings that I never knew. This heart of mine will always and forever belong to you. You and me were meant to be as one. The universe has known it all along. Maybe this is where our story starts. Maybe it was written in the stars, written in the stars. You won't be forever, yeah. You won't be written in the stars. You won't be forever, yeah. You won't be. Take me to your heart, take me to your soul, never drawn apart, 'cause I belong to you. Be my guiding star, 'cause I need your loving, baby. And never let me down, let me down, let me down. I'm your song, and you're playing all my melodies. There's no one else, 'cause baby, we got chemistry. You gave me feelings that I never knew. This heart of mine will always and forever belong to you. You and me were meant to be as one. The universe has known it all along. Maybe this is where our story starts. Maybe it was written in the stars, written in the stars. You won't be forever, yeah. You won't be written in the stars. You won't be forever, yeah. You won't be written in the stars. You won't be forever, yeah. You won't be written in the stars. You won't be forever, yeah. You won't be written in the stars.
Actually think of me as less than you. Just wish that I knew how something like that could happen. Maybe it's just in passing, 'cause nothing is everlasting, no. But like really though, how do you know that I can overcome all of the obstacles? She just looked me in the eyes, said it's gonna be alright, 'cause I know that's how it goes. The only thing we know is that we change. Nothing's ever gonna stay the same forever, forever. No, it won't, 'cause no one ever does. You just have to learn and learn to trust whenever, whenever. As blue as the sky above you, it's true that it won't end this way. If you lose and get sad about it, just know it's gonna go away. It doesn't make sense that somebody else got all of the praise when stay the same forever. No, it won't get slow, it never does. You just have to learn to trust whenever. As blue as the sky above you, it's true that it won't end this way. If you lose and get sad about it, just know it's gonna go away. As blue as the sky above you, it's true that it won't end this way. If you lose and get sad about it, just know it's gonna go away. I'm telling you that there ain't no other way. Pack your bags and then you will go away. I'm not gonna be begging you to stay. Said maybe if you asked me yesterday, I would handle this differently. Things are different, I'm a new me. That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. So even if you're asking, even if you're asking, 'cause I do what I do, and it's time for something new, yeah. Gotta know when to let go, gotta know when to let go, gotta know when to let go. Sometimes giving up can make you grow, can make you grow, can make you grow. Don't wanna be stuck in a spot, telling you it ain't what I got. Don't wanna be stuck in a spot, 'cause I don't really like what I got, so I change it bit by bit. It's not ungrateful, just being helpful for me and you. 'Cause we gotta go our own way, gotta go our own way, yeah. This was not a good stay, gotta go our own way. 'Cause I do what I do, and it's time for something new, yeah. Gotta know when to let go, gotta know when to let go, gotta know when to let go. Sometimes giving up can make you grow, can make you grow, can make you grow. I don't appreciate the chase. Now there's nothing here for me, yeah. I gotta go, I'll fly away to a new space. You know, I don't appreciate the chase. Now there's nothing here for me, yeah. I gotta go, I'll fly away to a new space. 'Cause gotta know when to let go, gotta know when to let go, gotta know when to let go. Sometimes giving up can make you grow, can make you grow, can make you grow.
Hello, welcome to the channel. Mature Topics Podcast returns again. Shout out to all the people in the chat early. If you want to join the chat, there's a link in the description giving you the access to the panel. All you got to do is click and join. So tonight we have an action-packed show. First, I want to introduce the show. Oh, it looks like we got some people in the queue. I see you, Pastor Frank. Give me a second. I just want to introduce the show. So last week's show was really interesting. YouTube banned us. It was so crazy. So if you didn't check out last week's episode, definitely check that out after this episode. And I'm glad that we're back. So this week, hopefully we don't get banned this week. I love that we got some people in the building early, and no worries, we'll get to you soon. So I do want to start out by saying different ways you can support the show. Definitely hit that like button if you're on YouTube, and also feel free to send a donation via Cash App as well. You can send it to Karan Pierre. So, like I said, the link to the show is in the description. Now, I noticed during the promotion of this show, I've gotten some interesting feedback. So, before I get started and open the floor, I do want to take the time to address a couple of different things. First off, tonight's topics is the first topic is uh, the Black community, how to build a Black community, right? And the second topic is on the screen: should we date within our race? So I do want to change the banner because we're going to start with the Black community topic first, right? So before we could even get into answering the question, we have to define what is a community, right? And I have the Webster's Dictionary definition of community. Now it's pretty vast, right? So when we're doing our discussion tonight, if you're coming on the show, I just want to lay the foundation as to what a community. What do we mean by community, right? And also, last week, last week's discussions what led to this week's topic. We said that we all agreed, all of us that was on the panel, we all agreed that there is no such thing as a Black community. So now, since there's no such thing as a Black community, that led to this question: how to build a Black community, right? So when we talk about a community, right, we're talking about a unified body of individuals, right? And typically it's people with common interests living in a particular area, right? And so if they live in a particular area, they're part of a community. So if you live in a neighborhood, the people of that community, right? Oh, shout out to George. I see you in the building. Just give me a second. I want to give some context to what we mean by community before I let you guys on. Okay. So just sit tight, right? So that's one definition of community, right? So the other definition of community, so we're clear. So we got that when you live in the neighborhood, the people that live in that neighborhood, they're the people of that community, right? The second definition is a group of people with common characteristics living together within the larger society. Like an example of that would be a community of retired people. So, like in New York, there's a thing where you get old, you retire, and you move to Florida. So that community, that's an example of another example of a community. So I'm going through the examples of communities to give you an idea of what we mean by community, right? The next definition I want to get to is a body of persons or nations having common history or common social, economic, and political interests. Example, an international community. So, and okay, so I got my fiance here. I want to add her to the stream. Hello, Launch.
Hi.
Yes, yes. I'm just getting the show started.
Yeah, I know. Continue.
Yeah, I'm gonna lay the foundation so that way we're not all over the place. We already got some people in the building that want to chime in. So I'm moving along this. If you give me a second to unpack this, we definitely will get the show started and get the people in the building, right? Okay. So like the international community, right? So you have people from, let's say you're from Jamaica and you move to Germany, right? And now when you're in Germany, you live in a community of Jamaican people. That would be the Jamaican community, a community of people from a particular country. So that's what we mean by the international community. So we got different foundations for communities. Just want to break it down so we're clear. Okay, let me see. Do, 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 do. Okay, another example of community would be a body of persons, right, with common or special, especially with professional interests scattered throughout the larger society, right? So an example of that would be the academic community, a scientific community, right? So just running down the examples of what we mean by community, right? So do I want to continue? I'll leave it there. So now we understand what constitute a community. Now I want to deal with Black, right? So when we talk about the term Black, it's a racial term. As we know, racial terms have no real it doesn't hold any weight when it comes to like any real distinctions, because we understand through science that there's no such thing as race. All human beings are the same, 99.9% the same, right? So when we talk about Black, white, Hispanic, all the different racial categories, right? We're talking about something that is a social construct. Okay. So one of the questions I want to ask is it even possible to build a community based on race? Being that race is something that is so broad, and in my opinion, it really doesn't do a great job of describing people or even making distinctions. The examples of community that I just laid out, different nations, different common interests, right? That's typically the designations that's used when we're talking about community. So let's get to it. I got some people. I'm gonna add Pastor Frank to the stream. Hopefully you ready to talk. Hello, Pastor Frank.
Well, hello there, niggers. How y'all do today? Well, hello.
Okay. So we got some trolls. Got some trolls. I love the trolls. Keep trolling. It's all good. I think I have a guy named George. I'm not sure if I want to add him. George, before I add you to the stream, could you please show your face again? If you don't show your face, I'm gonna kick you off the stream. I don't know, man. He got on a mask. He looked like he's ready to do something crazy. I'm gonna get rid of these crazy people from the stream. So yeah, like while I've been promoting the show, I've been getting a lot of hate. Like people think that this is a some sort of hate rhetoric. This is not a show. This show is to have a discussion based on how we can build a community, if it is even possible.
Right.
So I have another person in the queue here, winging it. Before I add you to the stream, could you please show your camera? Yeah, this is another guy. I think I'm gonna get rid of him. Yeah, I can tell because they have these weird mask on and stuff like that. Like they're trying to
Really?
Yeah. As part of the promotion, I did a great job promoting this show.
Right, for sure.
And like I said, I've been getting a lot of.
It's interesting how polarizing this topic is. You really begin to see the interstitial racism present itself
Facts.
before the dialogue even begins. So we're here to really like discuss those elements as well in this dialogue.
Yes. So do you have any thoughts thus far? Because I can continue talking. I could literally talk about this for an hour. But I just wanted to lay the foundation of what we mean by community, right? And so that way we have a clear discussion. It's not just a whole bunch of people coming from different places.
For sure.
So what are your thoughts on how I define community? Well, it's not even how I define it, it's how Merriam-Webster defines it.
Right. I mean, I agree with the definition. Now, do we have a community? Are we able to build a community? Like, those are the kind of questions that.
Those are the kind of questions, right? Right. Because you have different communities linked. Like, for example, we have Kimmy. I'm gonna add Kim to the. Hello, Kimmy.
Hey guys, how are you guys today?
I'm
Doing
doing fine. We
good.
got some
Doing good.
We got some trolls.
We had
So
like
we're
3
doing real
trolls
good.
just now.
Oh, really?
When you get trolls, that means you're popping.
Really?
Exactly. I was literally about to say that.
Yes. So did you before I even get any of your perspectives on this, did you get a chance to hear my breakdown of what a community is?
No, I don't know why my computer was taking so
Yeah,
long.
definitely repeat for the newcomers
Yeah,
coming.
I give a brief rundown of what I'm saying. So the definition of community according to Merriam-Webster is a unified body of individuals, right?
Okay.
Mhm.
And it's people so the first, it gives different types of communities. So the first community would be people living in a particular area, so like your neighbors, right? You all of you guys live together. That would be considered a community, right? So
Mhm.
like if you live like in New York, if you lived in Harlem, that would be considered the community of Harlem, right?
Mhm.
As an example. The second example would be people living with common characteristics, living in a particular society, right? And that can be people who are retired people. You know, like they say, you get old in New York and you move to Florida and retire.
Yeah.
And so that community would be a community of retired people, right?
Right.
And then you have other communities based on people with a launch. Were you in here twice?
You just
That
hung up on
you,
her.
no, she I think she switched. Launchpad, you back?
Yep.
There she is.
Right. Okay, cool. I do have another person. I'm gonna add this person to the stream. Hello, Wyatt Morgan.
Hello. I just wanted to apologize because I'm right now in a group chat with the people who just trolled your server. I just left.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to come in and apologize on their behalf. I didn't realize who they were starting to troll. I got pulled in with another friend.
Oh, okay.
So.
I do appreciate the apology.
I'm a
sure.
huge supporter of ACAB and Black Lives Matter, and so I'm sort of the outcast of that whole group.
Got you.
Okay.
I just wanted to come in and apologize because they're moving on to some other fucking server. I don't know where the hell they're going next, but I don't.
So,
I think
so. Is this like an organized type of
not necessarily. It's just like they just go around and fuck around with people. They're
Mhm.
not actually racist. They just they pretend to be.
They're
And
trolls.
yeah, pretty much. They just like going around trolling everybody. But I wasn't really turned on to that troll right there. I normally troll like useless shit, you know what I'm saying? Like people promoting hate. I'm not into
right? Yeah, no,
trolling
this is
just
we
random.
don't promote.
Yeah,
Yeah, we don't promote hate over
I
here.
could
We
see
promote.
that.
Yeah, we have
I
good
actually wanted to
conversations.
talk to you guys. I wanted to ask you guys' opinions on police brutality. To be honest, I didn't know if you believed it was a huge problem like I do, or
No, it's definitely a problem that needs to be addressed. Like no one should be targeted by the police because based on their race and how they look.
I was the reason why I'm so different from them is because I know what it's like getting beaten up by a sister had an abusive ex-husband, and he was a police officer, and he kept going on about how like, oh, he was more powerful than her. Sorry, I'm not on camera, by the way. I don't have one at the moment. I need to order one when my paycheck comes in Friday.
That's fine.
But I don't think they understand what getting abused by a police officer is all about, because I've been through that. Even like I'm white, and I still know what being held like to a lower power by a police officer is like, and so I guess I can sort of sympathize and empathize, because he made my sister just feel like she was nothing, and he made me feel like I was nothing. He threw me to the floor and cracked my arm behind my back just for fun. Like it was
Wow.
he was really
let
fucked
Kimmy
up.
in. Karan, let people in.
Okay.
Sorry to hear that experience.
It's all good.
Wyatt.
I wanted to come in and apologize because I didn't know what they were doing. I'm just sort of like they're like childhood friends. So I sort of get pulled into their bullshit a lot. I distance myself from them, but I didn't know who they were trolling this time. I didn't know if it was a pedophile or something, which is who we normally get into.
Oh, okay. Well, I appreciate the apology, and you know,
No
I
problem.
understand you
Because I
guys
know
are
they're not
kinda-
going to apologize. I know they're not
Yeah,
going to apologize.
it's fine. It's fine. Is Wyatt your real name?
Yes, that is my real name.
Okay. Salute.
Okay, got you. Okay.
Yeah, I use my real name.
No doubt, man. Thank you, man. So we're gonna get back to our show. I appreciate the apology.
All right.
And if you want to hang around and listen, you can.
Sure.
I do appreciate the apology, though.
Yeah, no problem.
All right.
Yeah, Kimmy. So, like as far as like just repeating the question for all the newcomers. Hey, Sherry.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. Looking for Neek.
Oh, okay, got you. And we also have
yeah. I'm waiting for him too. Hello, Sherry.
How you guys doing?
Doing well. We started off a little crazy.
Yeah. Hold on, babe. We got one of the guys back. His name is Jerome. I'm not sure if I should let him back. He's the guy that first came on. Should I let him back?
I mean, it's an open channel. Let him back if he trolls, you know.
What happened?
You got him back. Hello, Jerome. What's going on?
I hate those dirty cheese banana.
Yeah, get him out of here.
Yeah, trolls. And he's like an old white guy. On top of that, like,
where do they find the time? That is so ridiculous.
Yo, listen, it's cool, man. Like having trolls mean you're doing something. I appreciate the trolls.
Honestly, it's very interesting. I knew that this topic was going to be spicy, and I did say that, but I didn't know that we would have like so many trolls coming in.
Nah, that's what's up. I love it.
I hope they get paid to troll because that is just
no, they don't. They do it because they think they're doing the right thing. So
and because they're hateful, they're anti-black, and when you think you live in a bubble and it doesn't exist, it does.
Yeah, so he's
racism
banned, so he's gonna be coming back.
Is very prevalent.
So let's get back to the show.
Thank you.
Because Sherry, I'm not sure if did you hear the beginning when I was breaking down what a community is?
No. I was
so we can have clarity.
Yeah, just start from the top.
You want me to start from the top?
Yes.
Right. So basically, a community. This is from according to Merriam-Webster. It's a unified body of individuals, right? And then it gives different types of groups of individuals, right? So you have the first one, it would be people living in a particular area, right? Within a larger community. So like example would be like a neighborhood. So, you know, like Harlem, the people of Harlem, that would be a community, right? The second breakdown they give of a community would be people living with similar interests in a particular place that have like, you know, similar interests, like the Christian community, a community of retired people, right? That's another example of what a community would be, right? And then another community would be, well, I guess it's in that same vein of it has here like people are part of the scientific community, academic community. And the next one I want to talk about that I feel is important is people living, people in a nation that from another nation. So let's say you got a community of Jamaican people living together within like in Germany. So that would be considered a community of Jamaican people, right? For an example. There's like a lot more, but I think that right there is like a good framework for how I would like to answer the question, right?
Okay.
So Kimmy, I do have a question for you because you wasn't on last week's show. Last week's show, we all agreed that there is no such thing as a Black community. Okay. What are your thoughts on that?
Can I ask why you said that? Or can I not answer you back with a question?
Yeah, I think you should just open the floor of a question just to be, just
Okay.
ask, like, do you believe in a Black community? Do you believe
No,
that a
that's what
Black
I just
community
asked her.
actually exists?
Well,
Rather
okay.
than saying everyone agreed. And
No,
what
we
is
all
your
agreed.
view?
No. We all agreed, and that's why we did this topic this week. So because we want to build, from the bottom, from the ground up. There's so we have the idea that there's no community, and we want to build from the ground up. So
Do you agree with that, Kimmy?
Okay.
and you don't have to.
I know. Oh, trust me. There is a Black community, in my opinion, I guess, because
Okay.
based on Webster's definition, you said it's a group with a unified interest, right? I do feel
Right.
like even though there may be some type of divisiveness within the community, I still think within itself, we're a group of people with unified interest. I do think that. So if we're basing it on that definition, then I guess the simple answer is just yes. There's a community.
Okay. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put it on the screen because you know why? My notes is kind of jacked up, and I think I kind of butchered the definition. So give me 1 second.
Okay.
I just want to I want to share it so we can actually see it.
Okay.
1 second. So bam, Merriam-Webster on the screen, right?
Right.
So so you see the first one, people living within a particular area, right? That would be like a neighborhood. The second group is like a community of retired people
with common
right?
characteristic or interest.
Right.
That's so yes, there's a Black community based on definition A and B, for sure.
Okay. I respect it. So do you feel as though the Black community could use some improvements?
Absolutely. That is
Okay, so then so you can still answer the question, but yours will be geared to more so how we can develop and build it, right?
Yeah, does the Black community need more development, need help overall in every sense of the word? Yes. Does the community need help? Yes.
Copy. So I'm gonna take that off the screen. Copy.
May
Okay.
I add to that?
Go ahead, Sherry. I was gonna definitely come to you.
Sorry, yeah. I was just gonna say, like, as far as the common interest part, that's the part that's really abstract, because I don't know within a certain I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm listening.
Oh no, yeah. I don't know.
Hello, Neek. What's going on, Neek?
Hey, Karan, what's going on, man? How's everything?
Not much, man. You missed the trolls. We had some trolls come through, man. We blowing up, yo.
I'm pretty sure you handled that eloquently.
Yeah, last week we got banned from YouTube. You know, they took the stream down.
What, because of what we were talking about?
Trolls.
Yes.
Man,
wow, that's crazy.
It's a combination of a lot of things, man.
The algorithm is serious.
The algorithm is serious, you know.
That's
so,
right.
but it's all good. We here now. So I'm assuming you didn't catch the breakdown of what a community is, right?
I mean, we always having those conversations, but tonight, I just came in. I just got.
You just came in.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Launch, would you like to break it down to him, real quick?
No, I would rather you do it.
Look, I'm gonna put it back on the screen. Now, because we went over this like 3 times.
Is there a way to leave it up on the screen?
I can leave it up on the screen for a while.
Yeah,
of course. I can leave it up on the screen for a while.
Did Trev show up? Because Trev was ready for this conversation.
Trev, he didn't get in here yet. He in the chat right now.
He's in the chat.
He says the Black community need God. That's what he said.
That's a fact. Or maybe they don't.
Yeah, he was queued up.
I feel like that's maybe a part of the problem, huh? I don't know. Is that debatable? Don't get me started.
So as you can see on the screen, like this is the different examples of what a community is according to Merriam-Webster, right? And last week we all agreed that there was no such thing as a Black community. However, we do have Kimmy on, and she feels as there is a Black community.
I would like to hear. I would like to hear why she says that. What she believes about that.
Well, I didn't really get
ahead.
into it yet, but if we're basing it, what I said was if we're basing it off of this dictionary definition, the people with common interest in a particular area, group of people with common characteristic or interest living within a larger society, that's a community. So then
But we don't have that.
we don't have a group of
That
people.
Yeah,
last
I
part.
was gonna get there, but I
Wait a
wanted
I'm
to make
sorry.
sure
You
we
know
all was
what?
on the
Yeah,
same
I'm
page.
late. I'm late to the party. Let me fall back. Let me fall back.
Characteristics. Is that
Because
what
I
you're
was
saying?
thinking about common, like the common
Yeah.
interest part. What is common in our community?
Well, do you realize that it says or characteristic or interest? So it's either
I was looking
or.
at the first one. Look at A.
The first
Oh,
one
with
is like
common interest. Okay.
the first one is talking about like people who live within a certain neighborhood. Like if you live in Harlem, that community is a part of the larger community. So that would be considered your community. The second definition is talking about like it's very specific. You see a community of retired people, a monastic community is like people with like certain interests that they all sort of that binds them all, right? That can be a religious community, it can be a community of retired people. So it's not necessarily linked to race. And I also the second thing I did too was I broke down black and where the term black comes from, right? We should all understand that black, there's no such thing as race. Humans are all the same. We 99.9% the same. And when we talk about race, that is a social construct created by racist white supremacists. So
Quran,
yes.
do you believe there's such a thing as a white man?
Social. If I'm talking socially, yes. If
Okay,
I'm
so
talking
then,
biologically, no. There's no such thing. That's something that
oh,
we
but
make up.
socially, that I think it's a construct. It's a very divisive construct because it's like anybody with fair skin who can pass as white can be white. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Whether I've met Colombians that look blonde hair, blue eyed, and they're white. If
Right.
they don't go into that, if they don't express their culture, their cultural views or background, they're considered
Right.
white. And I think
Right.
that more than anything divides us because we don't even understand the history of how white and black people used to fight side by side.
That's true. And black is something that, like I said, was invented as a means to separate and distinguish people as less than from white. So everything black was considered less than and things of that nature. I don't have a source for that. I can pull that, but that's just basic history, right? So I do. You know what? I don't think we need this. Do we need this on the screen right now?
No, we don't.
Stop sharing this. We kind of all get it. I'll put it back up if we need it because I do have my notes up here. I don't want you to see like my cheat code, but that's a joke. But
You prepared tonight. It's important.
I'm a little prepared. I'm really relying on you and Sherry because this is your topic.
Your show, brother.
This is your topic. You guys were debating it, so Kimmy, do you see what we kind of mean? Like, or you still strong in your stance, and that's fine.
Can I ask Kimmy a question?
Yeah.
What is the substratum of a community?
What is what?
What's the substratum of a community?
The substratum?
Yeah, the molecular foundation of any community.
I think I think the definition was what it was. It's a group.
No, I want your idea. Not forget the definition.
That is my belief of what a community is. A community
It's just a group of people.
No, a group of people with shared interests or characteristics. That is to me what a community is. A group of people, a group of birds, a group of lions. I mean,
Interesting.
do you know what I'm saying?
No, I got you. So within the context of humanity, what? Because I mean, that's a very general definition, but within the context of humanity, meaning how human beings, male and female, interact, what does that look like as far as community, do you think, at the very bottom level?
I think that we're starting to, or the word community sometimes, especially I feel like in this conversation, is evoking like a feeling of like togetherness, right?
Mm-hmm.
But and I guess maybe it should evoke that feeling, because if it's a group of shared, the word shared is going to evoke togetherness. But Or maybe I'm going to contradict myself. So let me think about what I'm going to say before I say it. Let me think about what I'm saying.
Okay.
No, okay, but let me give my stance so you have a better idea where I'm coming at. Maybe I'm being a little vague. But my point is why I agree with Sherry and maybe Karan about we don't have a community is because we have no focal point. There's no direction.
But
if you look at our community, say it again.
But there is, I feel like there's
What
not.
is it?
I think that we have been misdirected, but I feel like overall, dare I say, all Black people want to be understood and be treated equal, right?
But that's any human being. That shouldn't even be on the list. That should be like a constant.
That we're not treated equal in this, because remember, Black is a fake word, right?
Right.
So, as the Black community with that fake word, that's what am I saying? Like that is what we want. We want to be able to have the Black word taken away from our community. You know what I mean? Because we want to be understood and be treated equally. Like, why does it have to be Black? So I feel like the focal point that y'all are talking about is maybe not the focal point that is there in the Black community. And I agree with that. But as far as us all wanting to be equal, that is a focal point. Do you know?
Yeah, but is it a point that's attainable, do you think? Considering within the context of our community as it currently is, do you think that's a goal that's attainable dealing with what we're dealing with? And I'm not even talking about outside influences such as police brutality, redlining, and these various things. I'm talking about with the things that constitute our own community. Do you think that we can actually achieve that goal?
I think equality with whites cannot be achieved, but I think equality with each other can.
Okay.
Well, with each like black person to black person, or are you talking about like as a society?
Within the community?
Within our Black community.
Yes, that can be achieved, but no, I don't think the equality with others in this society can be achieved.
What about respect from other communities?
I mean, we ain't achieving that, so I don't know.
It can be achieved, but things need to happen for it to be achieved.
We have to be more together, right?
Okay, so now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting some traction.
Okay.
So in
that's
that
what I'm saying.
essence,
I don't want to contradict myself because I see where y'all going with this.
No. It's not about contradict. It's just about getting the ideas out there because it's something that we're more concerned about how we look in case we double back than just saying how we really believe about what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the problem because you never get it out to be. Nobody's judging you here. We're just looking for, like Karan says, it's a judgment-free zone. We just putting ideas out there and seeing what's what.
Mm-hmm, I get it.
Yeah. Yeah, we agree to disagree respectfully, but salute to Travis in the chat. I wish he'd come on the show because he had a lot of energy last week.
Yo, he said fire, man. Yeah, fire last week.
He said, I disagree with Black people wanting to be treated equal. If they did, they wouldn't keep believing in Democrats.
But not all Black people believe in Democrats, like me.
Do people even understand the history of the Democratic Party versus the history? We were Republicans at first. Like, do they understand that?
I don't believe none of them.
Do they understand that, like, we just joined the enemy because they gave us some trinkets?
Right.
Yeah, let me not say that. I'm trying to have a political career.
I'm curious to hear I'm curious to hear what Sherry has to say.
Sherry got fired. She had fire for me earlier, Karan. She had fire for me earlier, man.
So
he came with notes.
So what are your thoughts thus far?
So according to the question that you asked, I do not feel like there is a community. According to the definition of the word, there are no common interests. I go on one block. If I survey that area, they have their views. I go on the next block, they have their views. I go to the next town over, which is basically the same place, and it's different. So, you know, for some people who glorify money, right? And you know, maybe that household, let's choose one household. Both parents are working high earning jobs. Who's taking care of the children? The children are taking care of the children. And, you know, that's one household. And you have to go far, very, very far to see stay-at-home moms. Like, and that's a whole different atmosphere. I don't even know if there's a community of that, even where they exist. I think it's just far in between. What?
You try to be a politician, girl. You gotta
I
get the
know,
house
I
side. You
know.
better
But
be.
let me
You
just
gotta
get these.
tap tiptoe right now.
I would just get these off right quick. Maybe
Careful
they can
with the
find it.
word selection. You know what I mean? You need that demographic.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. But when it comes to what I see in other communities, it's funny that we're discussing this as like this is an abstract idea. It's just this is ironic because it's not ironic
Mm.
isn't the word. This is weirdly ironic because we're discussing something that's fundamental. That's like in other cultures and other races and groups and stuff that there are communities. When I like everybody knows where Little Italy is, everybody knows where Chinatown is, everybody
Right.
knows where these groups of people who have common interest and a community for real live. When we look at Black people, we just take
Mhm.
space wherever we manage to find space. We do
Yes.
not have community. There's not like, oh, little Negroville. Excuse me. They're not like,
Said
Blackville.
Little Negroville.
It's
That's
not, I'm
funny.
just saying
Sound
that,
like that guy earlier.
I mean,
we
you're
have
not far
hoods,
off.
and that's different. And it's
Well,
still been
yeah,
mixed.
the hoods. I'm not going to be on this panel talking about the hoods is the Black community, or the
It,
projects is the Black community. I never lived in the projects, so I
right.
guess I wouldn't be a
But
part of that community.
but you see what, so the crazy thing about that, when those places are referenced, it comes with the stigma that Black people live there.
Mm-hmm.
So
Right.
for some people, they're like, oh, they got their eyebrows raised. They're like, oh, these people that live over there, they got these certain mentalities. They're mostly Black, all of these different things. We're not putting that on ourselves. I don't live in the projects myself, but these
Right.
are the places from outside of our race who say that that's our community.
Right.
So
And that's
I don't know.
that's crazy. That's crazy. Like, there's nothing wrong with living in the projects. I just don't think that to say that the projects would be an example of a Black community. I don't think that if all Black people don't live there, or if it doesn't represent all so-called Black, I don't even like using the word Black people, but I just use it because it's a way for us to understand, right?
Mhm.
But it doesn't really represent,
I
the
feel like
whole shebang.
we're missing so many elements of what makes a community in our so-called quasi community, that the very building blocks of just how you raise a child, you know, the conversations. Because me and Sherry were talking about, she was sharing some of the things that she didn't learn growing up, and I was talking about some of the things because I didn't have a father that you had to learn in your 20s. You know what I'm saying? Mid 20s, where other people, they teach their kids that from young. I mean, what to do with a
Yeah.
dollar, how to do this, how to do that. I mean, the simple, just taking care of yourself things that a lot of us struggle to attain in early in your teenage years into your 20s. You learn everything the hard way, man. You learn everything the hard way. So how do you take that child that's growing up into young adulthood and then charge them with taking care and maintaining a community, and they can't even maintain themselves properly?
But I
How
think
do you
Right.
expect to build a community in that?
you guys are taking
Yeah, let Kimmy go.
okay, so y'all feel that white people have a community, right?
No, I don't feel that way.
No,
You
I
don't
don't
feel
feel
that.
that.
Quran's coming for them. I gotta
Karan
exit.
said no. How do you feel,
No.
Neek? You feel that white people have a community?
I feel what white people have now is classism. I feel like
There's classism everywhere because Jamaica got classism, and that's a
Mm-hmm.
majority Black.
this is true. No, that's a very good point. But I feel like they've built themselves up in such a way that they are the dominant quote unquote race. And the thing is, how do you identify white? Because are you Swedish? Are you Polish? Are you
How do
Russian?
you
Like, how do
identify Black?
you?
Are you guys talking about Black Americans? By the way, I meant to ask that because a lot of
But
it is
yeah, I think
That's a
Black
good
Americans
question.
have a unique condition
That's a
because
great
their
question.
culture has been removed. Black Americans specifically, because they're West Indian Americans, have a different perspective than Black Americans. They still have culture somewhat.
Okay.
Black I'm West Indian American, but Black Americans, their identity was systematically stripped intentionally to sow chaos and discord because it's easier to control people. I mean, just basic strategies of war, just basic sow confusion amongst the troops, and that's the easy way to tear them apart, divide and conquer. I mean, that's I think everybody understands that. But Black people have a unique situation that they're in because they don't identify with Africa. They're so far removed from Africa that culturally they're a whole new race, but they don't fit into America and they're not wanted here. That energy of not feeling wanted here.
So then when you're saying community and when you're saying there's no Black community, that means if you're talking about Black everywhere, Black in Jamaica, Trinidad, Ghana, and America, then yes, that's not a community. But I feel like Black America has a community. Jamaicans have a community, just like how Sherry said that she could find Little Italy. You're not telling me you're not going to the Bronx and seeing.
Well, you know what? You're right. You're absolutely right. Because we missed out the nuances on this one. That we should have drawn those lines earlier. But yeah, there is certain communities of people. But you got to admit, even living in New York City, some of them don't like to identify as Black Americans.
Wait, but hold on. We have to. Wait, hold on. We did actually outline it. Jamaicans have a community. Because you probably wasn't here, but hold on.
Yeah, I wasn't.
I'm gonna go back. See, I leave it up here so we can go back to it. So according to the actual definition of the word community, Jamaicans actually have a community.
I agree.
You look at D, a body of persons or nations having a common history or common social, economic, and political interests. So if you're Jamaican and you live in a foreign country and you guys all live in the same vicinity, that would be considered a community because you guys represent an international.
Why do you think that D does not fit Black Americans? It absolutely does, though.
I can go in, and I do plan on going in. I can go in on that.
You know what's funny? I know exactly where I can go to find Jamaicans, a group of Jamaicans. No matter which borough.
Of course, man. Of course, we know the spots. The Trini spot, the roti shop. You know the deal.
Right. I cannot tell you specifically where Black American people live.
Inside.
Is it Kimmy?
I can tell you where the Africans live because I know where the African food restaurants are. There are barely any, really, that are in Queens. You have to go far and in between.
Kimmy, do you believe in causality?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Do you believe in causality?
Yeah, of course.
Right. So I think our community now is at the Black community. Let's take away the West Indian, the African, and all. Just the American Black, the descendants of slaves. I think their condition now is reflective of what has happened to them in the past.
Yes.
I don't think it's anywhere out of within that reference frame would be out of the norm. If you do that to a child, you strip their identity, you abuse them. I think you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between a child that you put through that for decades versus the community now. You know, say our teenagers, we were discussing this earlier, are killing each other. They don't value life. That's not a
good community. Maybe it's probably not a productive community, but it is a community, which is why you even.
But we have no unity. We only have allegiances, not unity.
Was unity in the definition?
Say it again.
Was unity in the definition?
Was I here? What?
Was unity in the definition of community? Even though that's funny.
It's in the word. Oh, okay. I'm glad you heard it, Kimmy. I'm glad you heard it,
One of them was there.
It's in the word.
Community is unity in community.
I'm saying that I feel like you guys are taking, like, because there's a lot of division in the Black American community. So you guys are saying that there isn't community because there's division. There can be division within a community. There can be separation.
Yeah, but the thing about community, Kimmy, is that you're held to a standard based on your community. Indian community, for example, it's hard for any man outside of that community to actually court a woman, in that there's certain standards that everybody in their said community, Jewish community, Asian community, hold each other accountable to. What are we holding ourselves accountable to?
So
in
our community just don't have morals. But as for the this is a community, but it's a terrible community. That's what y'all are saying, and that's okay. But it's still a community. You asked me if there's such thing as a Black community. Yes.
Okay, so what is our common interest then? Because it's not our common interest is definitely not our shattered. What in your opinion would you say the Black community as a whole, as a group of people, as you're defining, is moving that specifically towards?
I think also our common goal is to better understand ourselves and who we are and what we are, because like you said, that was stripped from us. And I feel like even now in 2022,
But are you saying that of the community, or are you saying that of a certain nuance or
I'm
group
saying
of
that of
people?
the community, because lately in recent years, a lot of Black people has been moving towards trying to understand ourselves and reaching back out to Africa. So
Kim, you in New York or you somewhere else?
I'm upstate New York.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Why are you?
Yeah, we got a whole bunch of New Yorkers on the line.
Kimmy, man, I don't see nobody in the hood reaching out to nobody. I don't know where it's happening. I don't see. Listen, I'm not saying it's not happening, but it's not happening on a community level.
I saw one of the most disrespectful things I could possibly see today. I was driving around in the city, and I seen this young so-called black dude, right, and an older black guy get into some sort of argument. And the younger black guy said that get out my face before I F you up. I will F you up. I've never seen Jewish people do that. I've never seen a young Jewish guy say to an older Jewish guy.
I hate when y'all say stuff like that.
To be banned from the community.
Okay.
Hold on, Kimmy. Kimmy, you said you hate what, Kimmy?
I hate when y'all say stuff like that, because it's not that it doesn't happen. It's just like you said, they maybe have some type of moral or ethics.
There's major consequences for doing that, including ostracization.
What I'm saying is they have morals and ethics to say that, hey, we're not about to do this in public. You know what I'm saying? However, stuff like that does happen. At the end of the day, Black community, it does exist. We just need to fix it. It exists.
You can't fix it, Kimmy. Kimmy, you can't fix this, Kimmy. Please. Okay,
me alone. No, me alone.
Hold on. Say it again. Say it again.
Alone, fix it.
Her alone.
She said what?
I can't fix it by myself.
No, I mean, we know that obviously, but I'm saying if you were the president, right? Forget president. You were the dictator. Everybody got to listen to Kimmy. All hail Kimmy, right? No. What are you going to implement to change the Black community? You got. Nobody's going to challenge you. You have unlimited power. What you going to do to fix the Black community?
Yo, I don't have all the answers, Sway. I do not.
I know what I would. Could I tell you?
Okay, but then you can't.
Could I tell you
what
I would do?
If you don't have an answer, you can't say you can fix it.
I
if
mean,
you got to answer this,
there's some things, but I cannot fix it alone. First of all, we need togetherness. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And Jamaica, because I'm Jamaican, right? So I'm not saying Jamaican is perfect, but I feel like as a community, we do have some type of togetherness with it. Like, we may beef with each other, but if one person come at a Jamaican, we all jumping on you, right?
Exactly.
Like,
Jamaican community.
Yeah, the first step is Black Americans need to have some type of togetherness. Like, they need to be, the community needs to be stuck back together. So that's the first step. We have to stop looking outside of the community, because there is a community. Oh no, we lost them.
He's coming back. I do want to answer his question. He said, what would be needed to fix or build a Black community? I can't remember how he said it, but I know what he asked.
He said, what would you do if you was the dictator? What would you do to fix the community back? Something like that.
Yeah, I would give all African Americans reparations.
Right, and that's
problem solved.
Hold on, I missed that whole part. What about reparations?
You asked the question, right? And you said, if I was the dictator, what would I do to fix the community?
Okay.
I would say I would give reparations. I'll talk more about what I mean by reparations. It's not just money, but I do want to sort of push the conversation a little further. So we understand that, we have different views about, is there a community, is there not a community? That's fine. I do want to ask, because I forgot to even say this. The second topic of the show, if we get to it, should we date within the race or interracially?
No.
So
yo, Sherry,
we'll get to that. But the first question I want to ask is, since we're talking about building a Black community, is nation building a viable option?
Yes.
And if you want me to, okay. So, okay, first, before you answer, what is nation building? So we can have that understanding for those that may not understand.
Are you asking me?
Yeah. Because you said you say yes. So I thought you could break it down.
Okay.
Well, if
So
you want me to do it, I can.
nation building is what I think is just defining, first of all, the nation, what our identity is, number one. Do you know what I'm saying? And then having a focal point, like what Neek said, of what we want the nation to be, do, become, what our morals and ethics and values are. You know what I'm saying? So working towards those things.
Okay.
Building family.
You know what, real quick, I'll give a textbook definition of nation building. Just for the record, just for reference. This is Wiki. Nation building is constructing or structuring a national identity using the power of the state. Right? And I don't want to read the rest, but it's basically some type of government type of structure. We don't use it in that context, but that's where we sort of got it from. That's where we got this whole nation building idea from in the Black community. I don't want to get too deep in the definition.
That's like establishing a church. I get that though.
So what do you say, Sherry? What do you say?
Impossible.
No. I don't think it's impossible. I think it definitely needs a lot of wielding and persuasion involved. The thing that Kimmy said just a couple minutes ago is saying, you know, as far as morals, the morals in our community are disregarded. I mean, if we have a community, the morality definitely tries to the absence of morality tries to shatter it. That's a problem. You can't nation build without those foundational morality skills. How can I know? Or it's like, if I can't know textbook style what it is that we can both follow so that we can hold each other to it, what are we doing here? So that's a problem. If there's no parameters for me to stick within these guidelines, who are you to say anything to me? We don't no. This is the problem. Like, you know, when we were younger, a lot of the time you couldn't get away with being disrespectful to an adult. You couldn't, you know, talk back. I don't know what happened, but we are not there.
I have an idea as to what happened.
I do.
But real quick, Sherry, what's your background? Are you African American or are you from the Caribbean too?
I was born here in America. My mother was born here in America. My father was born in Jamaica.
Okay, so you half and half. Okay, because I thought I was going to be the only American on the panel. That's cool.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter because I consider Caribbean and African American the same. We come from the same place. A lot of people in America has family ancestry from the Caribbean because Caribbean, a lot of the islands there were trade, you know, slave posts.
Hell, Jamaica's receiving reparations faster than us.
Well, you know what? There's a caveat to that. The money went to the government. It went to the government. It didn't go to the people.
And the government is playing us, by the way.
Kimmy can talk about it. She's Jamaican.
So. No reparations.
But it's not just Jamaica, Karan. It's all over the. Look at how much of Haiti's resources go to other countries. Look at what France is doing to Africa. A lot of the natural even art. England or France, one of them have so much of rich African art in France, and they refuse to give it back to the countries where they took it from. Just even the art, like they do what they want to do. That's what I'm saying. They do what they want to do.
So, Kimmy, did you break down nation building? Is it a viable option? You answered that. I'm sorry if I skipped you.
I think that it is viable, but I just think that it's going to take a lot of work, and maybe not in our lifetime. Maybe in our kids or maybe their children. Do you know what I'm saying? Because I feel like the Black Panther Party tried that. Maybe still are trying that. I don't know. They be underground and stuff. I don't know. I feel like
I don't think so.
Yo, Kimmy,
crying.
Kimmy. I want to ask Kimmy this because she said Kimmy, do you believe that if we are going to try that strategy similar to what the Black Panthers do, should we be as loud as them or should we do it covertly?
I think it's a mixture of both, but I feel like covertly it is gonna be more. It's gonna have the upper hand because when we try
we agree. Fantastic.
when we try to do it loud, first of all, it's like we telling them our plans already, and we don't need to do that because they either get in our heads or thwart our plans. Like
I appreciate that. I
Wait,
appreciate
hold on.
that.
Is the Black Panthers socialism though?
yes.
It's not gonna work.
Why
But,
y'all don't like socialism?
Socialism works.
Keep it
It
moving.
does. Thank you, Sherry.
It works.
Okay.
But where does it work? Where? What country?
Okay.
What country does it work?
Jamaica
In
was
2022.
All the time hasn't had running on like a warped way of thinking, but
I'm just asking, where do you see an example of socialism viably working?
It was working, bro.
Say it again?
When Jamaica was socialist, it was working.
And then what happened?
Capitalism took over because people are greedy.
So you can't sustain it.
You said when Jamaica
because
was
the human
socialistic,
element.
Yeah,
it was working.
It was like a Democrat socialist, whatever the hyphenated was, but it was a very socialist in the beginning. Like
okay, but pure socialism, where do you see that working?
I'm curious to know what year that was and what was going on, like when that was the, But I digress. That's not even the point.
Like 50s, like back when Jamaica first became its own thing. You know what I mean? Look at me using words that are very small. It became its own thing. It was socialist in the beginning, and then like what was his name? I think it was Manley. What was the one before that? Siaga, Edward Siaga. He was the prime minister, and he under him, and then Manley, yeah. Which, by the way, they were both white, and it was socialism, and it was kind of working. I feel like that's when Jamaica was flourishing, but then capitalism came in with greed and was saying like they did in Africa, how Europe underdeveloped Africa. They tell us that, well, if you do such and such, you can get this money from us and you can get this kind of help. And then we looked at more so the dollar signs and we just took that.
But Kimmy, I'm not saying these ideas can't work. What I'm saying is that can it work within the environment that we're currently in? These are great ideas. I don't doubt that socialism would benefit a community or a nation as a whole. What I'm saying is that this current environment is acidic. It's not going to allow that to happen.
So, with that being said, too, this is why it would be very, very useful to start nation building, right? Because we work ourselves into a frenzy of capitalism, right? In using a capitalism way of moving, and it does not benefit us, right? So it's just like this, that's cynical, it's crazy. So working covertly to, push these views and get people to see like how is it benefiting you, and then presenting something that could actually be feasible for us would seem viable. Back to Travis's comment where he said we could use the Bible. The Bible says you should not be mixing nations. That's the watering down of a nation.
Okay.
But go
Well,
ahead.
maybe he's has a different perspective of the Bible. Interesting stuff. But I do want to ask. I'm gonna go to Neek and Sherry. You guys had a.
I feel like the reason why nation building won't work is because of people like us who are being so negative towards it. If we just need to move more together, like right now we're even being divisive, saying it can't work because the Black community is this and that.
Nah, I'm not, Kimmy. I think you're missing it. It's not that it can't work. I'm not saying I'm not against it. I love the.
It wasn't viable.
Say it again.
You said it was not viable.
But if you're gonna nation build, right? And this is why I asked you earlier, if it was a dictator, how would you go about it? Because I want to hear your plan. My thing is, have we really thought this through? Because No,
we haven't. We
that's what I'm saying. So
white people, get rid of them out of our heads and out of our way. First of all,
but we are living in a white country.
We definitely can't. I mean,
you can't just remove, like just in South Africa when when Nelson Mandela became, he didn't just throw all the white people out. He said we got to learn to work with them. They run in the infrastructure. They run in
We
the
have a special
industry.
guest on, Trav. Salute to Trav. How's it going,
Okay, I'm
Trav?
gonna for all of. Is that? Oh no, that's not Trev, is it?
That's Trav.
It is.
Okay, I'm gonna fall back because he had fire tonight.
He's supposed to have fire. He had his mic muted though, so we'll come back to him when he's ready to talk. Good point.
What's up? I'm ready. I'm ready.
Are you ready, Trav? Okay,
Yo, Trav,
so,
you got it, man. I'm for all.
How long have you been watching the show? You caught the definition of.
I've been watching since the beginning.
Oh, salute to Trav. He's a rider. So you understand where we are. So you said last week that you agree that there's no such thing as a black community.
Right.
So you heard the questions thus far. What are your thoughts on what we've been discussing? Let's start there.
I think we overcomplicate things because it's so much confusion and misinformation and misteachings and all that. So we have discussions and we want to try this, we want to try this. We don't know if we should do this, we don't know if we should do that. You can't hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, I think that's good. I think it could be easy, but you know, we just never gonna be on the same page. So it's never gonna happen. It's never gonna happen. So it's kind of like a losing fight.
That's an interesting perspective. I sort of agree with that.
Was I the only one that couldn't hear him?
No, I heard him.
Yeah, I didn't hear. I don't know what
It
happened.
just has a lot of background noise.
Oh yeah, you got a lot of background, Trav. We can hear you, but your background is kind of
my bad.
Kind of loud. So Kimmy, what he said was that based off of the separation and how divided we are, he doesn't think that nation building is not. I mean, building a black community is even possible based on our differences, and he cited some different things. And I actually kind of agree with that.
Yeah.
Kimmy,
I don't want to come at you, right? Not that we coming at you. I just
we agree to disagree respectfully. Go ahead.
Yeah. I want to know what because we're talking community. So I want to know what your perspective or perception of the relationships between black men and black women as it stands today. Do you think we are moving together? Do you think we're moving apart? What do you see as far as the state of relationships in the black community between black men and black women?
So I actually think that it's a mix because there are a lot of separation. I mean, there is a lot of separation. I'm sorry. And then there are also people, even in my own circle, that I see that are moving together. Do you know what I'm saying? First of all, we have one on here, you know, Launch and Karan. They move together. You know what I'm saying? And I know
they're special type. They're special.
Why is it special? Because I actually see this a lot in my life. Do you know what I'm saying? Like the people around me that are in relationships or marriages, they move like Karan and Launch. So, and I'm not saying I don't see the separate. So I think it's a mix, but I feel like I guess it's where you are in the world or what you're seeing in the world.
Yeah, I think that has I think that plays a role, definitely. But I see a lot of good qualities in certain communities, especially like, you know, 7 Days Adventists and things like that. There's a lot higher rate of marriage in the black community.
I can speak on that. You're right.
You got something to say? I thought you was executive producing in the background.
No, but I do see. Yeah, I do see a higher rate of black marriages in those niche communities. But when you look at the overall picture, it's not good, Kimmy.
And I'm not disagreeing, but I feel like we are working towards something. I don't know what y'all are seeing, but honestly, what I see, especially even on social media, I see the arguments. I see the debates on Facebook and Instagram. I see them. But I also see that out of these debates, there is some type of moving towards togetherness. We're starting to realize that this is not it. That all this black men and black women, and black men don't protect black women, and black women don't stand up for, like, I see that it's moving towards, you know what? It's really these outsiders that's getting into our head to make us feel this way. It's the outsiders that are separating us. I see a lot more black marriages togetherness. I see that out of all the debates. So maybe I'm an optimist person. Go ahead, Sherry.
I'm sorry, Kimmy. Sorry. I was saying, Kimmy, you are in favor of nation building, yes?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Go ahead.
So yeah, that's all I'm saying is I see that there is a move towards togetherness between Black men and Black women. There is divisiveness, but I see the move towards togetherness, and I'm going towards that. I'm not about to keep.
No. I don't think you should be. I'm not trying to get you to move, because we need people on all fronts. Because if we're having a community, you need the executives, you need the people in the mailroom, you need everybody in between. And I hope I like challenging people's views, and I like my views to be challenged, because I want to see where my because maybe I'm not looking at the right places. Maybe you're looking in the right place. You know what I'm saying? Like my view, I work for MTA, so what I see, woo,
You outside.
Kimmy. You upstate, Kimmy. You don't know.
Said, if you're defining the hood as the Black community, then that's not it. So if you're looking at the hood and say, I don't see that, well, that's not the Black community.
Well, no, it's not. It's not just the hood, Kimmy. It's not. It's not. Because I'm probably more of a scientific thinker than just casual thinker.
You're an advocate. You're an advocate like me.
But
it's called science advocate, brother. Don't be afraid to use the word.
I mean, we're not normally identified as such, so you gotta be careful in the circles you use that word. You feel me?
I do understand.
No, I'm sorry. I was trying to trigger
Topics podcast.
Yeah. Real quick, I'm a statistics geek. Like, I like the numbers.
Big fact.
And so although we're not really that don't get me wrong, there is a community in the projects. There is definitely a community in the projects. They have like interest there, whatever it is. But what I will say,
well, I feel like that was shade.
Huh?
Was that?
Like that was shade.
No. There's no shade at all. That's not shade.
It sounds like it a little bit though. I see.
It's not shade. It's a fact.
I know, but just the way it came out.
Okay, I'm sorry. No shade. Please, if anybody is feeling that, that's not what I meant. No intent. But I will say, statistically speaking, the incomes that the average Black people, period, men, women alike, are making are not high. The average Black woman is making about $30,000 something a year. The average Black man is making about $42,000 a year. And I'm not really seeing even where those incomes live, there's no community really per se together in those communities where those incomes live. So for Black men who are making that average salary, they need a partner. They need certain things that are not being met. And then
that's not going to happen there.
A lot of single mothers, right, who may even take those men who are making those average salaries for child support or whatever the case may be, alimony if they got married too. Now they're even less. They're giving half of themselves away to another household. The community in that household is shattered. There's in the conversations that happen behind these closed doors, we cannot say that there's real community when we see a plethora of single Black women with children. I mean, it's fierce. So I mean, the community I'm looking for, and we're talking about like the community as far as just togetherness in the home, individual homes. Starting with the home and going outward, there's no community in the home.
What standards would you like to see in a Black community if there were one?
Conversations,
or if in Kimmy's
programs.
case, in the Black community that exists that we just don't see.
Programs, more programs. There's this program, this organization up the street from my house called 100 Suits, right? Small things that this husband and wife did together, right? So all of the men who are a part of this organization, that the CEO of that the entity was able to get all of those fathers to join the PTA meeting. I mean, the PTA for their children at the schools. That is crucial. I'm on PTA and there's one man on our small board and then no other fathers show up. That is critical. And then on top of that, conversations like this. I was talking to Yannick earlier saying, you know, a couple of things. I growing up, I never saw Black families plan for having children. It was always a mistake. It was always like, oh,
that's a fact.
you
Yo,
know, I
facts.
never received information or advice about relationships. I thank God for a person like Kevin Samuels who really like foundation. There are things that I learned, but I'm older now. I already have lived some life. It's like I was saying to you, to Yannick earlier, when you're born into the backlog, like, I don't know what the right word is to say, but when you're born in the lower part, how is it? And people have expectations of people in this way. You have an expectation of me that when I meet you, good man who was born on the other side of town, things like that, you have an expectation that I will treat you right. But maybe I don't know how to treat you right. Maybe I never learned how to do these things. And, you know, I always had to get it how I get it through the mud, whichever way, concrete born out, rose born out of the concrete. How? And then having the expectation to, at a certain age, a certain common sense that by now you should have it. But it's a slow stroll. And once you see that is greener on the other side, all right, cool. But what I said to Yannick earlier, you have a lot of people who are born in this, and then maybe somebody who lived on the grass is greener on the other side, reached or came back over, helped you out, pulled you out, you saw, and you came back individual to try and do this, and you got hurt. And so you went back to where the grass is greener on the other side, and you did not come back. We see this time and time again all the time. But instead, we need to develop, like Jay-Z said it best in that poetry night thing that he did the other day, crabs in the barrel attitude, right? Why can't you stand on the shoulders of each other so one person, the person at the top, could get out, and then we could pull each other up in that way, not get you out and leave us all hanging. Like, that doesn't make any sense. So when we're talking about Black community and the things that we need to put in place, like I said, these programs, and that's just one program. We need more programs like that. And that's a great way of infiltrating, getting these fathers in the schools, getting these fathers to learn how to tie ties. They also put on events for young girls to do this too, father-daughter dances. These things are important. They sound like small little, but they make things happen. Conversations, learning about how to deal in relationships instead of, telling your kids they shouldn't date until kingdom come, or, give them some parameters.
Yeah.
I really love this show called This Is Us, right? This Is Us it was pivotal. And I like any show that has clinical psychologists writing the show. They is a Black family, and the guy, the husband, was born to he was adopted by white parents, but he adopts a daughter, a young Black girl. And what I saw when he started putting parameters on her when she first started dating, supervised dating, also talking to them about what it is that you should be looking for as a character, having the parents be involved in that way. Most parents today are not involved in their children's dating, and they're out here. This is why we have teen pregnancy. We go along and you got your heart broken, you don't even know how to deal with that, you don't get therapy to fix that, you just go back out on the market, and you're messed up. Parents need to have these conversations, and don't fear, especially if your child is open to now dating, or that she likes someone. Now you must have these conversations. It's met you at the door. Open the door.
That's a fact.
I
will be implementing some of those things for my kids and my daughter. I will be implementing some of those things because that is important. What you said, the parenting. So
he's just gonna buy a shotgun. He's gonna buy a 12 gauge for every date. Just have it on the table. Like, oh yeah, I want her back by 9:45. 9:45.
Hey man, but it is. But realistically, it is the standard though that's important. And it's things that unfortunately we're individuals. So as an individual, those are things I will have to do, because I don't have a community sort of structure where everyone is, in on that, where we just have rules like for our households. But I was gonna go to Kemi, but she muted her mic. I wanted her thoughts on
No, I
with
muted my
standards.
mic because I was listening.
Okay, yeah, no,
Oh.
okay, no. I look, you're a respectful listener. You probably was like, oh, like you probably wasn't agreeing and you didn't want to chime in, but that's cool. What are your thoughts? Like, what standards do you think that we need to have as a for the Black community?
I feel like this. When you say standards, what do you mean really?
Like standards that we don't have that you think would be beneficial
for the community?
Yeah, for the Black community, yes.
Okay, well, the children thing, like what Sherry said, I agree with. Raising our children to be more involved in their lives instead of just being so like this slave master disciplinarian, which is what we were taught, right? So I think that is one. And then the other thing that I always say, as far as dating within the Black community, because we are so economically poor, fiscally poor, I feel like the women, and I'm gonna put the burden on the women to do this, because I feel like there is such a thing as a power in the PUSSY, right? Because we continue to coddle the men in the community. We do. And this is not me saying, oh, Black men ain't shit and y'all just broke. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if we only, like, it's survival of the fittest, right? If we only give the PUSSY to certain types of men who have certain types of mindset or standards already, then
right.
The ones that really quote unquote ain't shit would have to become shit. Do you know what I'm saying? In order to get it. So basically what I'm saying is
that's a good point.
Broke people shouldn't be fucking. Broke people should not be fucking. And
yeah, that's the theme on this channel for sure.
Black women, we need to stop fucking with niggas that don't have nothing. Because I feel like the burden is on us, because if we keep, it's like a consequence thing, just like we do with children. If we keep rewarding bad behavior, they're going to continue to be bad. We
I have an objection.
Reward, which is sex. If we let them back they fists and not have don't give them nothing, none of our time, none of our attention, none of our body, then they gonna have to stop. Like, yo, in order for me to get this thing that I so desperately want, I have to do such and such.
Rise to the occasion.
Yeah, I have to make sure I got a job. Got to make sure I'm a good father. Stop dating men that are ancient fathers, by the way. That's the other thing. Because, that grinds my gears. Oh, my God. That's a whole nother tangent. But if that man is not taking care of his kid, don't date him. Don't encourage that shit.
Right.
Listen, I have, huh?
No, I'm listening.
Not said I have, and I think we talked about this last time, and me and Sherry talked about that earlier today. Like, it's not even about, because there are guys who ain't shit who got money, man, who tear women's heart to shreds, and they got money. So it's not about him having that. Yes, he has to be. That's a qualification for you to procreate with the man, definitely. Because if he can't take care of himself, you or a child, he ain't got no business getting some. No business. But what I'm saying is that in our community, our women are not educated on how to pick men. They're not educated on how to detect character in mass. I'm generalizing. Of course, we know that there is niche groups who have the knowledge, but it's not widely shared in our community amongst the women. And character is everything. Me and Sherry talked about that. Character is everything. If you understand a man's character, you can set your clock by what he's gonna do. If he's inconsistent before he met you, he's gonna be inconsistent after he meets you. If he's responsible before you met, like I said, when you meet a girl, she's now running into your path. So whatever you were doing before, you should continue to do that if you have goals set in your life. And then she honestly, most of the time, she's gonna have to adjust, because if you ain't doing nothing with your life, you got mad time. If you doing something, you got to prioritize time. And if a man ain't prioritizing you, you're not gonna ever be priority. Like, it's that simple.
But I also feel like, and it goes a little bit deeper. I think that's why I said
it goes much deeper.
this nation building or whatever, it may not happen in our lifetime. Hopefully, maybe even not. Maybe their kids, because the fact that we were abused as like slaves, you know, back then we were abused and taught not to love ourselves is why we don't understand. Like we have to unlearn all of that so that we are able to see the red flags, because we be seeing the red flags and just dive right into the ball of red flags. Like it's nuts.
Right.
You know
But Kimmy, I don't have an issue with you saying, but this is we gotta do both. We're in bad position. If we had time, if our community, our Black people had time to stop, go through 100, how many ever processes of therapy to get well, we're not in that position because the global economy is moving on without us.
So what do you suggest then?
You have to do both. We do away with the thin veneer of romance in our community. Our community is over sexualized and over romance. Deal away with that. Cold hard facts and numbers to get this thing. It's not gonna be sexy. It ain't gonna be sexy. If you really want to correct it, and save it, it ain't gonna be sexy. It ain't gonna be no roses, ain't gonna be no dinners. It's gonna be who is best for who. It's gonna be who is best for who.
Survival of the fittest. That's why I said some of the burden should be on the women. It can start there as far as.
But like me and Sherry were talking about earlier, women are not gonna give up their power. They're not gonna give up independence to be interdependent and work with somebody. They're not gonna give that up, Kimmy. They not. They want the BMW. They want the apartment. They want to have sex with whoever they want to have sex. They don't want to deal with the consequences of having sex, getting pregnant by a man who's probably not the most responsible. They don't want to have that. They want equality of outcome, not of opportunity. This is what a lot of dudes have been dealing with for a very long time.
You're saying that, first of all, what power? You're saying that women don't want to give up their power. We don't have no power right now, because when we lay down with these broke men or men with bad character and then we get pregnant and they don't help us with the baby, then what
I'm sorry, what?
Me too. No, what I'm saying is, hold on.
Kimmy, I was on your team, Kimmy, a second ago, Timmy.
No.
Oh man, come on, man. You got man.
The fact that you said, because there is power in the vagina, right? I'm standing on that. That's what I'm saying. But you just said that in order for that to happen, what you said, that the women have to give up their power. What do you mean? I guess. What do you mean by giving up the power?
Let's go through it. Do you believe the system in America is set up so women have the upper hand in family court?
Actually, no, because I've been through family.
The dynamics are changing, I feel.
I've been through family court and I did not have the upper hand. So no, I don't believe that.
I think it depends on the person, their representation, because I've seen some people at family court. I've seen some women coming out there crying. I've seen some men coming out there smiling. I seen some men coming out there sad. I see some women. So
Karan, you know the stats, Karan. Don't do that. You know the stats.
I actually don't know the stats on that.
You don't know the stats, Karan, man. It's like
I don't know.
It's like
I
in the
know
90s.
the assumption.
Dude, it's like
the assumption.
The scale. There's a guy.
It depends on what you want. Like,
say it again?
You can get joint cut. Like, if you want joint custody, that's a possibility.
Yes.
And that might cut your child support
But do you
in half, or
do
you
you
might
hear
not have to pay child support.
But do y'all hear how abstract we're talking about family in our community? Do you hear how abstract the concept is to go to court to decide the fate of your family?
Right. That shouldn't be a thing.
But who is? I'm saying who. As hard it is for certain people to understand, a child cannot be born without a woman making that final decision in this country. If let's say I get a woman pregnant, boom, she's pregnant. I said, baby, I want to keep it. It's my first child. I'm all roses and everything. And she said, no. What power do I have to make her keep the child?
None.
Kimmy.
No,
Kimmy.
I agree.
So therefore, the moment we conceive, you have all the decision making rights. I have no voice. If you say our relationship is over,
baby survives or not, yes, we have the decision making.
Oh, Kimmy, we understand about I'm talking about a young, healthy baby can't come into term. We're not talking about the death. We're talking about a woman is pregnant and carrying the baby to term.
Right.
Right? I have zero rights.
Right.
That is
So that is power when you can hold leverage over my life and effectively alter my financial trajectory.
Okay,
We're trading our time, our life for money,
Yeah, but
for
hold
dollar
on, Nick, man. I
bills.
got to give you some pushback, bro. First off, you knew
I
what you
love
were
to push.
doing when you went to go lay down with
All
this
right.
No,
woman.
I agree. No,
That's
hold
a
on.
conscious decision.
That I agree. I'm
The
not
baby didn't come out
saying,
of
but I'm
nowhere,
saying,
bro.
but hold on. But I agree with you. No, but who the power resides with who is ultimately responsible for the decision.
Okay, can I ask a question?
If I was ultimately responsible,
if I
say
decide
again?
to have an abortion,
Say again?
if I decide to have an abortion,
Uh-huh.
how does that affect the trajectory of your life in a bad way?
Because a child is valuable. If I'm the type of man who I'm in love with having my child, my first child. I don't care, and you kill it.
Mm-hmm.
How you don't see it that might relate any traumatic damage to the
But
person
Nick,
who
you
wants?
did give your child the best chance because you had sexual relations with a woman that wasn't your wife that led to
Mhm.
you procreating.
I am not.
And you
I'm
put
not.
yourself in a situation
Okay.
to deal
Right.
with a potential blended family, separate family situation because you didn't do it. You didn't have the community standard that we were
Right.
trying to
My
establish.
next thing
So
was
what I'm saying is that
the
there
only
is responsibility.
hold on. The only reason why a lot of women have abortions in the first place is because they're unmarried. I'm not saying it doesn't happen during marriage,
Right.
but the main reason why a lot of women decide, or that's even an argument, whether we gonna have an
Because
abortion
they're
or not,
not
is
married.
because we're
Hold on,
unmarried.
okay, hold on, wait, because we
Okay.
getting hot. Kimmy, hold on.
Wait.
Let me pose this to you, Kimmy. Let me pose this to you, Kimmy, and then see what you think.
Let's Sherry talk, because I want to hear what she got to say.
Yeah, let Sherry get up in there. Let
Because
Sherry get up in
the
there.
only thing that I want to say about this is that these are blasted ideas in the Black
community. That's a
community
fact.
right now. What we're discussing right now
White people don't worry
is
about
rampant. It's rampant.
But that's what I'm saying. Like yes, that's one of the
We're
huge
not disagreeing.
problems.
None of us are disagreeing, right? We're passionate about it. But what I will say about this, right? I will agree with Neek on the topic of women having more power in this regard because or it doesn't work both ways for men. Whether that man wants to have a child or not, the woman has the power, period.
Okay.
Whether they
No,
were
but I
even
really
in
want to
marriage.
know if Kimmy agrees with that one point. I just want to know if Kimmy agrees or disagrees with that point.
It's my decision, because if I want the baby to die, the baby die. I agree.
Okay, but but I'm saying like that's why a lot of the onus falls towards that side. Because if we had the power, you could put it all on us. If we had the power to put you in jail until you gave birth, great. We take the responsibility. It's our fault because you have to.
Wait, we're talking about responsibility of what exactly? Let me make sure I understand.
Taking care of the baby.
Okay.
The child.
I didn't know it was okay.
Yeah. So I mean, like for me, I grew up, and although it comes out one way, but it actually materializes another way. A lot of women will say, you know, they didn't have this baby for the money, but the baby increased them in that way, because they will say that the child support that comes for that child, they could not live in the apartment that they are living in without that child support money.
You can't be serious, because
ask any woman. Ask any woman.
I'm
All right,
just saying
let the baby go stay with the father.
Yo, Karan, I'm gonna do like you and tap out, bro.
If I could just say one thing, right? I know of a particular situation where, you know, Black women are in relationships with entrepreneurs, and you know, there are loopholes in how to decrease the net income of an entrepreneur through tax write-offs, and that child support would essentially be based on that net income, to my understanding. And I know people in some precarious situations where either the partner was receiving cash, right? They don't have anything under their name, it's everything is just allocated under the business, or they're able to just write off so much tax credits at the end that their net income is so low, and in essence, like that child support that they're getting on a monthly basis ain't shit. And to be quite honest, the majority of women that I speak to that are on child support, it really is nothing. It's not that much to really sustain even the child, for that matter, on a monthly basis when you're looking at it like from a expenditures.
Okay, well, if you know that much, I know you know.
I want to say
I
this,
know you
baby.
know there's billions of
One thing I'm
dollars
gonna
in
say to that-
circulation.
No, but one thing I'm gonna say is that she's right. There are certain men that do that, but most
Yeah,
men don't manipulate the
exactly.
system like that.
Right.
Most men
Exactly.
got regular 9-to-5 jobs.
Regular
and
joints.
it comes right out your check.
Why would you want to
Okay,
make
but even if you have a regular 9-to-5 job, because remember we said that because this is a problem only in the Black community, and we also said the Black community is economically uncomfortable. So if they have regular 9-to-5 jobs, what makes you think that this woman would not be able to support herself and her apartment without this 9-to-5 job?
No, Kimmy, we're not saying that that's across the board. They're giving
No, she's
certain
saying there's some women.
examples. Right.
Yeah, there's
So you're
some
not
women.
getting that's not across. I know that's not across the board. I know women who get like $20, like next to nothing on child support. I know it's not.
Majority of the people in the Black community, the women get a low amount of money. Like it's not like we're dating Future and getting pregnant by him. It's you know what I'm saying? We're getting
You got
pregnant.
enough, man. He responsible for at least 10% of the children born. So,
but I do wanna close out this topic. We actually indirectly answered a lot of the questions that I had. I do want to know if you guys got it all out.
No, before we move on, I also have something related to like the community standard. I'm gonna just keep it short and brief.
Go ahead, Launch.
I do believe that in order to build a Black community, we definitely have to, fortify and strengthen our relationship with currency, period, right? So I feel like financial literacy is something that is just like so void in our community. And in order to, funnel any type of or mobilize any type of like undertaking, it requires dollars and cents. And we just lack a proper relationship with money exchange, right? So like we are known for spending trillions of dollars, right, within a year time frame, but as far as the money that we're actually acquiring and circulating, among Black businesses, it's non-existent. So I or things that are actually going to progress us further, like financial education, not just college education, because in my opinion, like in some ways college education could be such a scam, but really just focusing on not becoming too much of a consumer, but balancing the act of consumer versus producer. I do think we don't have a good relationship with money, and that's like one of the cornerstones of building any type of community. When you look at the Jewish community, they have like prowess over, money exchange, and also like political prowess. They vote in blocks. We don't really have that type of mindset, right? I'm not too sure how to engender that mindset within Black people. I don't even think that we have a united front as a community to even have like a solid across the board perspective or mindset as in the Hasidic Jew community, where they're like, you know what, in order for me to have my own like security in the community, or my own banking system, or my own media in the community, and resources, etc., I have to have political leverage, which means that we as a community have to vote in blocks so that we can illustrate to the outsiders that we do have power, right? In order for us as Black people to really mobilize, we have to like engender these type of characteristics, and whether or not we're able to actually do that successfully, that remains to be seen.
So wait, so before I let you guys go, I realized I didn't go. So I just I'm gonna keep it brief like Launch. And what she said was powerful. I actually agree with a lot of the things she said with the finances. And it goes back to cutting the check. My honest opinion is we don't need to build no Black community. And the reason why I say that is, and I know you guys are going to disagree with that, but that's fine. The reason why I say that is because when you look at the definition of what community is, there's no way you can create a community based off of the concept of race. It's the only people that you might can say have a community based on race is so-called Native Americans, and it's very few of them. 90% of their population was wiped out, unfortunately, and you don't have white communities. We spoke about this earlier. The reason why I say that is it's not to say you don't have neighborhoods and areas where it's majority white or all white, right? That's not my point. My point in saying that is that there is no real common interest, right, so to speak, right? And what I mean by that is a lot of these places, like me and Launch Pro was talking about this, and like in the Midwest, like there's programs to try to get Black people or people of color to move into certain areas and towns because there's no diversity. And to be honest, a lot of people of color don't want to live in certain areas. So you have areas, and it's vice versa, just like how you have projects, right, where it's majority Black, 90%, 99% Black. All you see is Black people, right? All you see is Mexicans. All you see, right? So, but that's not really a great representation of what a white community or a Black community would be. In America, you have different communities, right? You have, like I just went through a lot of them. The main way we describe community typically is where you live. So if you live in Brooklyn, you live in a neighborhood, that would be your community. Now, in New York City, it's very diverse. Got Trav in the building. I'm going to add him back as I break this down. So when we, in New York City, we know we have a lot of diversity. People live all amongst each other, even though you might have certain neighborhoods where there's more people living there. But in every neighborhood in the city, everyone lives there. Like you'd be hard pressed to find an area where it's 100% anything. And not to say that New York represents the country or Houston or all these places where there are a lot of diversity. What I am trying to say is that when we use community as in the Webster's definition of community, there's no way to build a community just based off race, unless there's some special interests. We're Christians, we're Muslims, right? We have some sort of special interest that ties us together, right? And outside of Black Lives Matter, police beating us down, right? Those are the only time you see people coming together, unfortunately. And I do think that is necessary. I'm not saying to not come together. That's not what I'm saying. We don't have the organization, right, in place to move that way. So we're really just a bunch of individuals that are part of different communities. Some of us might on this call might be Christian, so we are part of the Christian community. Some of us might be work in a certain area of study and have a certain profession, so we would be a part of that community, right? So we're scattered about. Some of us are Jamaican, and we would be a part of the Jamaican community, right? So the point that I'm trying to say is that I don't think that forming a community is the answer. My answer, how to build a Black community, is they need to cut the check. Now, when I say cut the check, that is just a slogan. It's not the end all be all. It's just a slogan for reparations. And what I mean by reparations, it has multiple integral parts. The first is definitely money. We need to get paid. We need, not that money can compensate what they did to us as a people. Hell no. There's no amount of money that can make us forget and just like act like it didn't happen or reset anything, right? So we definitely need money. That'll help the financial issues that Launch Pro talked about, that I think Sherry, some of us talked about earlier on in the call, right? The second thing they need to do is definitely free education, trade programs, all of that stuff. We need free education grants, of educational grants that are just dedicated to us as a people, right? And we don't need to have no other qualification other than we are of enslaved peoples, and we have this money set aside for us. We need our
From
credit.
the government?
Well, yes. Well, I'm glad you said that, because how this would work is it's going to be on multiple fronts. because businesses need to be held liable, right? And I'm pretty sure we all know some companies that are still around today that profited and was a part of the transatlantic slave trade. So yes, we're going to be holding these companies accountable too, right? They may not have to just cut checks, but they're going to have to create programs to either help us deal with our credit, right? We need they keep talking about removing a student loan debts and all these things. They definitely need to help us with our debt issues. So it's multi-pronged how I see reparations. It's definitely education is a key. We also need financial education. We need financial advisors to help us manage the money and manage the wealth that we're going to gain from this. I know this is like probably never going to happen, or it's not going to happen the way I'm saying it. But I say, and this is just my opinion, that you don't really need a Black community if we address the issues that got us into this place from the start.
I like that you have all of. Can I say one piece?
Yes, go ahead.
Piece that is very pivotal. I would like, and Q was onto something when he was talking about this too, because I was firmly believing this prior to him saying it. I want the discounted rate like they offered in Levittown. I want that for my house. And then I want to not pay property taxes for 40 years because y'all owe me 40.
Yeah, they're going to have to do some creative stuff. There's creative, trust me. Look, they printed all this money during this pandemic, right? They're giving all this money away to other countries in need. And
I mean, I agree with every last word you said, man. I think Sherry knows that I've mentioned some of the things as part of a solution, but my thing is that, as you just stated, they printed trillions. So if they wanted to do it, they would have been done it. That's my.
But I'm gonna tell you why they haven't done it. The reason why they haven't done it is because we don't have a Black community.
Exactly.
If we had a Black community,
are you kidding me?
We would have put so much pressure on them to do it.
Well, that's the reason why we need to do the nation building. Even though you're saying, like, we only come together for violence or stuff like that, for the sake of loving yourself.
Sherry, you gotta address the psychological damage first, man. There's so much psychological damage.
Even though what Karan said is exactly true, that would definitely help the Black community to be a community, that could actually never in reality work, because capitalism was built off the backs and is still surviving off the backs of Black people being poor and dumb.
That's a fact.
It's never
Karan, they need somebody at the bottom. You can't stand on nobody's head if nobody's at the bottom.
I don't have all the answers, because all the answers that Karan has are textbook answers, which are correct. But that will never happen, because the minute we get a little money in our pockets, the whole system is overturned.
But that's why it has to come with education. And also, I didn't get a chance to say, the money will be distributed over a period of years. So I'm not going to just give you $1 million, for example, and put it in your bank account. No, we're going to
money alone that I'm talking about. The minute that Black people get any type of power, you mean to tell me that, okay, now we have money and understand money? Like Launch said, we have financial literacy now. Are you dumb? There's no more capitalism, because now we
No, you know what?
Sherry,
Kimmy, I actually disagree with that. I actually think the country will flourish, because let me tell you what's getting ready to happen. And this is why
you think what's gonna happen first?
I'm gonna tell you what's getting ready to happen. America by 2050 will be majority Black and brown.
You
by
think
2070,
so? You think
yeah,
so?
it's already.
I heard them say that it's going to be mixed because of interracial dating.
We're gonna get to that. That's why I love it. This is a perfect segue. We're gonna get to that. But listen to what I'm saying.
We did 4 hours last time.
And it's not gonna be 4 hours. America, right, is gonna be a brown country by the time 2050 hits. It's gonna be majority colored people. And guess what? By 2070, Europe will be a majority colored place too. You're gonna have a bunch of Drakes and Tiger Woods running around. It's inevitable. There's nothing you can do to stop it unless you just blow up all the nukes and everybody's done. Outside of that, it's inevitable for that to happen. So in the future, race relations, so-called race relations, will look a lot like when we're old and gray. Race will have a different context and meaning. I don't know what that will be, but I do know that the color, a lot more people of color in so-called first world countries is inevitable. It's going to happen. Like you said, a lot of it is due to the interracial dating and other factors, but it's a perfect segue to that. But before we switch topics, do you guys have anything you want to say so we close this out so we won't have a 4-hour stream?
Really quick, Launch Pro's topic. Yeah, for real. Launch Pro's piece. So I would say that in order to engender this, a lot of network and sponsorship has to happen. Creating these events to have like these powwows to understand what are we funding and what is to be understood. What are we going to get from this? I think that
I 100% agree with you, Sherry, because I was telling Karan that too. We got into a spirited debate about this, and I said that a part of the framework to building a community would be to hold, like these other companies accountable in a round table like conversation. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's, I don't know, streamed on live television or something. It's never happened before to syndicate that type of messaging to reframe people's perspectives. So I completely understand where you're coming from.
Absolutely. I think
Thank
that's
you,
the direction.
But how do you hold them accountable? That like I agree that this is a novel idea.
Right.
But like Karan said, which is very powerful, and I think I believe Kimmy disagreed. You need a community. Like, you can't mess with the Jews, because why? The Jews are embedded in the fabric of America, even though they are hated by white Americans, by some Americans. And if you mess with them, they can have a serious effect on the economy. We have zero effect on the economy.
The dollar. They understand what makes America tick, and for whatever reason, us as Black people, we just do not get it. Because
I'll tell you what we are, and my friend said it the best. We're like the Matrix. You know that field of human beings they had in the pods? That's Black people. We are the financial batteries for the system.
That's a fact.
Really quickly,
they made us that way. They did that.
But
I agree.
Jews, when they came here, they nation build rapidly, and they made America hate them.
Off of welfare.
Yeah, I was going to get to that. I was definitely going to how other communities got it, because they are actual communities.
Yes,
and you can organize and give it to them.
Exactly.
We don't have that as Black people.
That's the reason. Hold on. See, this is what I'm saying. I don't think the reason why America just willy-nilly gave them money was because they had communities. I'm not saying it's not a part of it, but that's what they make us think, like, oh, well, because they're
no, it's not because of community, Kimmy. It's not about community. It's not they didn't give them money because they had community.
No, you said that because they were band together as a community and they made their voices heard.
Hold on. Listen, now I'm talking about now, this current date and age. Before, there was a whole lot of political factors surrounding why Jews got certain things that they did when they came to the U.S. seeking asylum. I'm talking about now, current day. You can't go into a Jewish community and do anything to a Jew. You can't. But nobody's touching them. They walk through the hood. They walk through some of the most dangerous hoods in New York City.
They have footage because they were giving things because of the
right. It's called leverage. They have leverage in society. Political, financial, legal,
medical,
municipal. Go down the pole. They got the leverage.
And we don't have the organization. That's why we don't have.
What are we producing? What are we producing in our company, in our community? What factories do any of us own? What law firms?
Making it seem as if that this is
we own those things, but we don't have a community. It's just a Black law firm that serves everyone.
There you go.
They don't just serve Black people. They work. They're for profit business. You're not going to turn away business.
Not our fault. This is what I'm saying. It's not our fault, because at the end of the day, this is something that was purposeful by the people that are in power, the Rockefellers and the people that control everything really at the top. And I'm not on those conspiracy theories stuff, but these are facts, though. Like, you think about it. This is how it was put in place.
Okay, so then how are you taking the stance that there's a community if what you're saying is the disassembly of community?
No, our community is in disarray because of this, but this is still our community. You know
okay, hold on. Let me ask you this, right? If you take, if you have if you buy a BMW
Mm-hmm.
and you strip from the BMW everything that makes it a BMW, do you still have a BMW?
I'm gonna say yes because all the parts
Well,
are
yes, you gave a wiggle room. It technically is a BMW, man. You messed it up.
No, because what? Hold on.
That's like, for example, my
Hold
son.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Okay, you know what? Maybe hold on.
The birdhouse is
Yo, Kimmy, yo, you sound like Sherry.
in the bag with all the wooden parts and the string at the top and the little toy bird. Is it a birdhouse? Yeah, he just got to put it together.
Okay, you know what? You're right. That was a poor example. Let me give you a better one.
That's a way
Let
out,
me give you a better one. If you have same thing. Let's use a car. You have a car. No, forget the brand. You have a car, but you disassemble the car. Is it still functional?
It can be as soon as I put it together.
No, it's in the Rockefellers are making sure it's disassembled.
Hold on, Nick. I got you. Here's what I would say.
They're making sure this is every time you go, they take a tool, they take a screw, they throw this over there, they take the tire. You got to go order another one.
I got something better. We were Yoruba. We were Mandingo. We were
Yoruba,
Ashanti.
Nigeria, West Africa.
A whole bunch of different tribes. They grabbed us, mixed us up. That's why when you do your DNA, you have a whole bunch of different types of so-called people from different places in Africa. We don't really know where, right? But we are a mixture of people that was taken from West and Central Africa. So we are not those people. We have become Africans and the Americans. Some of us
new
is in
breed.
the Caribbean.
Like it's a new breed.
Some of us is in South America, Latin America. So because of that, this whole black thing it's something that started for us, at least during slavery. I mean, Europeans been calling each other black. That's a whole nother topic. But in terms of us getting it in the Americas, that's something that's a new term that I feel doesn't even do an adequate job of describing who we are. And we, like I said, we're really different tribes. And to trace that is virtually impossible, right? So the best thing would either to be to create a new something, like that's why we're doing the show, to build a black community. I don't think black should be the name of it. That's just my opinion.
How about a community?
I think Africa.
Well, we all are part of the American communities. We are a part of communities that are in. Listen, if we go
America
overseas,
does not function as a community. It is
I'm gonna
completely
tell you how,
divided.
Let me tell you how they do. So if you go to, let's say you was in the Ukraine.
Okay.
Russia start popping off.
Got you.
Where are you going to go?
Dubai.
No, you're going to the American embassy.
Oh,
that's where you're gonna go. You're gonna go to the American embassy
and seek asylum and get
asylum, and you're gonna be treated real well. Once they find out you're an American, they're gonna do whatever they got to do for you. So this goes back to the whole reparations thing, where it's like,
no, because look at what happened in Ukraine when they went to the embassy. Black people, students, Americans, they turned them back.
I don't know about. I didn't hear about. I heard Africans. I didn't hear
Africans
about
too.
And then they have Black Americans as well, sweetheart.
That couldn't get to the American embassy.
Oh yeah, they were delayed on trains. It was I gotta
see this.
Bro,
no, I'm talking about. No, okay. You're talking about in the country. I'm talking about when you get to the embassy, that you're straight. You don't got nothing to worry about. You got to get to the embassy. That's a whole different conversation. That's like, yeah, you might face some shit trying to get to the embassy. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when you get to that embassy, they ain't turning you away because you black. They ain't turning you away because you Mexican or you whatever.
I not hear you. I understand.
If you're an American, so all I'm saying is, right, and I'm not saying for us to not establish a black community or whatever. All I'm saying is, if they were to cut the check, we wouldn't be talking about black communities. It would just be whatever. Like we would, would be able to function.
But my thing is this, right? And I agree with you.
Like white people do.
How you laid everything out, I support every single thing you said about how you laid out. My thing is that they have the power to. So if they have the power, they're not doing it. There's a reason. There's a benefit there if we're living in a capitalistic society.
I'm telling you the reason, brother.
I know, but I'm saying what are we coming with? Right, we don't. But I'm saying if we're
I'm gonna give you an example. If someone came out with let's call it the Black People Union, right? And they sent out notifications to everyone. Listen, we want to collect $10 a month for this Black People Union. Are you going to donate money to it, or are you going to be like, what the hell, y'all? Who the hell are you collecting this money? And what's to stop them from taking the money and scamming and going and doing whatever they got? The reason why is because we don't have nothing holding them accountable. There's a group, you talk about the LGBTQ community, right? You talk about the Jewish community. They have no. I'm not saying anything ill.
Let's not trigger
we're not
YouTube
saying
again.
But they have organizations.
They do
that represent them all.
Okay. So
when it's time to get that money,
let me ask you this:
it is what it is.
Are you saying the issue is us or government? I'm just to sum it up.
I'm saying the issue is they left us at such a disadvantage.
Okay.
That we don't have the ability because we're so divided. Some of us don't even think we're African. Some of us think we always was in America. Some of us think that we're the original Jews. Some of us think.
So the issue is the government because they made us think that.
Right. Can I say something?
But that's why they have to cut the check. They do.
I agree. I do
think we will get reparations.
This is why I agree with Kimmy.
We can't nation build in America. It's just never gonna work. We just gotta go back to Africa and start over there somewhere. I don't know.
Listen, we're in a radical problem, and it's gonna take a radical solution. It doesn't work. You can't have a simplistic solution to anything radical. You're gonna get bulldozed over. We need a radical solution.
Let's use history really quick because I do believe that nation building can happen. But the problem is that it fell on its face when we had a prominent time, a great window to really do stuff, but we weren't educated enough. After the Civil War happens and we get to the table to start writing laws that would benefit us, right? This is where we first start becoming Republican because we have Republicans coming down and trying to, they get the names carpetbagger and all of these different things. They come down. Although they were ill-intentioned to come down and do this thing, they had a certain amount of power. At the beginning at this time, you have, cartoonists saying that they need help and all of these things. Then the nature changes into calling them lazy, that they don't want to do these things, right? Because the momentum slowed down. The laws that changed at the time was this President Andrew Johnson who takes over. The law that he did that removed the troops from the South, and now the Republicans are like, all right, forget it. We can't really help these people anymore because all hell is about to break loose. So they leave. But in that space of time, the only things that we were able to get out of that time were certain things. All right, so what is it? The 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment came out of that time.
Mm-hmm. Right.
It wasn't written correctly because you had rush people trying to make money off of the uneducated Black people. It takes an education, like we're talking about, in order to do this. Now we had some prominent people who were really trying to get the other Black people to understand. But the thing is, they already have their own viewpoints. The thing that needs to happen, because like those Republicans who came down to help, where they really just sat on the side and let us figure it out ourselves, that's the problem. Mm-hmm. You need the organizations, other organizations, to assist you. You may not be fully aware or educated on a certain matter of how to even do things. That's what I saw in history. The fact that they moved right along and then the Gilded Age comes right behind it is ridiculous. Who's winning? Rockefeller and Vanderbilt and all of these people, they forget everything that had happened prior because that's not even the direction of where they went. It was something brand new. Could Black people have prospered at that time if they had the right education? Yeah. Because now we're moving into the new industrial revolution. We missed out on that part because we were stuck trying to learn how to sharecrop and how to do farming and all of that stuff. We didn't know.
Organize the business.
We were when slavery was abolished, we had the advantage in that we knew more about working the land and the factory and all of these things over the white
but she's talking about the business side of it.
Right. Now
organizing the business.
Right. But don't forget, we still had those that were smart amongst us who knew how to bring it in and pull us together and organize us.
the ones who are smart who know that, they were far and in between. A lot of, first and foremost, we're coming out of.
I understand. I'm not saying it wasn't, but what I'm trying to correlate, I understand the laws of causality when you're with the description and trying to project it into where we are today. But I'm saying today we're under that on steroids.
Yeah, but there's a lot of causality coming out of that. When you're
I agree, but whatever it is, it's on steroids.
Yeah, that's true. But let me tell you how I think that there's a way to bridge the gap. First and foremost, let's understand where we come from. You couldn't read, right? So even though you may have had some people who taught these people how to read, like I said, the grass greener on the other side, somebody helped that slave to learn how to read. They didn't just, oh, I know how to read, right? They helped them. And that is a certain household or a certain plantation that happened then. You know, you had some people who tried to run away. Everybody was not trying to run away and get lynched.
But so what's the gap you're trying to close? That's what I'm trying to understand is what, like, where's the
education part, the conversation.
But education is free now. Education is everywhere. You don't even need to go to college to learn anything.
Receiving too much information overload instead of exactly what it is that you need to progress.
Right. So what I'm saying is that it's no longer a lack of, it's an abundance of.
Right, but
us being the filter, us being the catalyst for change, me, you, the kids, the new generation coming in, being the catalyst with which this information needs to be passed through and filtered into something productive is broken. It's not so now, working. Listen, so, but that's what I'm saying. Before we get to the reparations and this, you have to fix the equipment.
Yes.
To be able to facilitate the result that you want.
Can I bridge the gap? So
we're gonna bridge the gap and then we're gonna move on.
All right, cool.
Karan trying to keep it under 4 hours.
You said it earlier, Nick, when you were saying we need to attach ourselves to these people. So again, if there's these people who were educated in this, who probably knew how to bring community, those are the people who we need to be attaching ourselves to. People like Killer Mike, people like
I think you need a different example. Killer Mike.
Killer Mike? What's wrong? Killer Mike.
I know what you're getting at because the guy is very, but I'm just saying, I'm just playing on the name, but I understand what you mean.
Trey, you know.
I mean, the first person you said was Killer Mike, not Barack Obama. Like, I'd have gone Barack Obama instead of Killer Mike.
Obama.
No, I'm not going with Barack Obama, but that's
somebody got what happened? What's wrong with Barack?
Now, go ahead, Sherry.
We need to attach ourselves to these people who have a platform, right? And they have been exercising this. And like I said, these are people who have seen the grass that's greener on the other side and come back with the power to try and organize. We need to attach to that, not have that person who saw the green on the other side and hurt that person who's trying to help by not also gravitating towards that. Because then if they leave, you will still be the crab in the barrel who never gets to see the sunlight besides the peephole that's at the top.
But I still agree with Karan, man. I you know, me and Karan disagreed last time, but on this one, I kind of, you gotta.
Yeah, we agreed on a lot of points.
It's so bad.
I do want to move on. This topic is really good. We definitely will bring this topic back, like in the future, and we're gonna get some more people on board because there's more to this topic I wanted to touch on. But
let's switch up 2 hours already. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, this topic should be a lot faster because this show is really about the Black community, and this question was kind of a spinoff because it's always controversial. And like I was saying earlier, before you guys chimed in, you know, when we got the trolls, when I was promoting this show, putting the flyers out there, I was getting a lot of people like, oh, this is racist and all this stuff. So I wasn't surprised to see the trolls get on. But should we date within the race or interracially? What say you?
Do you have a problem with interracial dating? Do you think it's something that we should do as like Black people?
Right. Listen, speak your mind freely, but you know, we gotta, you know.
Sherry is like, let me dig into this.
Can we put our camera on? Oh, snap.
Hey girl.
I think she had to come on camera for this one. She had to come on camera for this one, boy. Yo, Karan, I'm scared, man. Karan, I'm terrified, bro.
I'm not. I got you, man.
Please, sir, please.
So I wanna start like let's put some form and order to this. So I want to start with Sherry, and then I want to get Kimmy's opinion, and then Neek's opinion. And I guess like Karan and I, we could weigh in on it like after.
Right. Let's do that.
So really quick, I think that we should date in our own race. And from my perspective and me speaking, I'm pro-Black, right? And that means a lot. It really means like if we're so pro, we should really be working together, you know? And I really do try to have the conversations so that we can be able to work with each other, men and women. And that's what that means for me. Now, what I see happening today, why people will go outside of their race more on the male side, is because they feel that they cannot have a woman of their own race work with them. And they're more appeasing in that way, that they will have someone from another race work with them. And that I don't agree. I think that we need to take a look at ourselves and really work on that. And because Black women are not getting at the same rate outside interracial men. I mean, they're not having interracial relations as much as Black men are. And so
that's a fact. I was gonna pull out those stats too.
And that's a huge problem. It's like that will go even to like, what's the point of making so much money and you have nobody to pass it to if you're not trying to be pro you? I don't really understand, but that's my part.
Yo, Kimmy ready, man. Kimmy is ready. Hold on, I gotta end my camera. Yo, Kimmy is ready.
I don't.
Lord have mercy. I'm
I
scared.
don't know if Launch remembers or if she noticed some while back when I had a whole thingamajig on Facebook about this.
Yes.
Dating. And first of all, I'm very pro-Black, like extremely pro-Black. Like God, I don't even know what I would do if my children was to bring somebody white home, because it's not that I hate them. It's just like, what are you doing? That doesn't work for us. We talking about community, then there really is no community. And when Karan earlier said that in the future, everybody's gonna be brown. Mm-hmm. The reason why I said, do you think so, was because with all the interracial dating that's going on, we're making non-Black children. Mixed children are not Black. They are mixed.
You can't say that. You can't say that.
No, actually, you can say that. Mixed children are not Black.
Listen, mixed kids get treated like us. I don't know if you can say it.
They're ostracized from both communities.
That is even worse.
Ways. That's what I was gonna say.
They have vested interest in both sides. Therefore, they cannot be a part of the Black community or white community. And a lot of mixed children, they don't even know what they are, because some of them look fully white, right? Some of them look fully Black. Some of them look mixed, because that's what they are. You cannot say that they are Black if they have interest on both sides, especially when a lot of the time they raised by a white mama. You know what I'm saying?
Did you see the news report the other day? A lady in Texas wanted to sue the DOE because she's white. Her kid is mixed. He now has taken on a persona that she does not like. It's caused confrontation in her house because he's learned culturally relative curriculum. And now he hates
the critical race theory thing.
Yes. And so the mother was like, how do you have community even in that household now?
See what I'm saying?
So she's mad because she's got to raise a Black child now who finally found out about his
history. With interracial dating, and when you bring it up to white people or people like Candace Owens who love white people, right? They don't understand why we don't get it, because they don't have the same issues that we have in our community. They don't have those issues. But because we have this issue, even why we have the issue that we're even on this podcast debating whether we have a community or not, is exactly why we cannot date outside our race. Because that is a big part of the problem. We're now creating children that are not Black, and then we have interest on both sides. When it comes to stuff like this, you got to pick a side. You got to pick a side. If you're going to be over there, you're going to be over there. If you're going to be over here, you're going to be over here. You can't be in both, because it doesn't work that way. And it's not beneficial to the Black community to be in both. You got to be over here if you are pro-Black. So I'm against interracial dating for all of the reasons. It's taking money out of our community. It's taking a lot of things out of our community, our culture away. It's washing us out. It's just not okay. as far as being pro-Black and trying to nation build is concerned. It cannot happen. It just can't. So that's my piece on interracial dating.
Thank you so much.
But Kimmy. Oh,
If you
sorry. Go ahead.
weigh in on your particular opinions first,
Sorry? What was that?
if everyone could weigh in on their particular opinions first, that would be good too.
Oh, okay. My fault. I was just gonna. That was a lot, Kimmy. A lot. That was a lot.
Yeah, I know. I had to just
launch. Yo, Bubba and launch.
Wait. I think Kimmy was done though, Launch. I know you wifey with the fire, but we gotta tame it. I think she was done. So it is Neek's turn, so he could go ahead.
Yes.
There's certain elements of what Kimmy says that I do agree. If you're trying to revive a Black community, it doesn't benefit the community for the participants to leave said community and go elsewhere. However, being a Black man, dating, I've been strictly Black woman for X amount of years. And I always ask, do we believe that the current climate in our community are producing the type of women that you could be or would want to be married to? You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna go off camera.
and right there
come back.
Is what we're talking about. You can't have the conversation.
Come
on, you know what I'm saying? But it is what it is, man.
So wait, what's the rest of your?
It's not a popular idea, Lawrence. It's not, I've always met that response. It's like Kimmy, oh my God, another Black, right? But it's not something that we're allowed to talk about, so we don't talk about it.
So talk about the things. Why would you date outside the race?
I wouldn't want to. Me and Sherry have had this conversation many times. I don't want to. I love Black women. I think Black women are the most beautiful women on the planet.
I'll answer that question when it's my turn.
Yeah, okay. I honestly think Black women are some of the most beautiful women on the planet. Take away the negativity of being a single mother, and let's just focus on the strength of what it takes to being a single mother. I think that's beautiful. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's very difficult to be a parent, period. But if you find yourself in a situation where you're a Black woman raising children on your own, the strength, the things you have to face, the racism doesn't go away. Being looked down upon for just being a female doesn't go away, and you still have to raise children, and you still have to provide. That is the struggle. I don't think it should be glorified, but I look at that as like, yo, that's amazing. Because I don't know if I could do that all. I mean, I'm not a father yet, or whatever the case may be, but I don't know if I could do that. I see what Sherry goes through. I see what some of my other friends go through. I'm like, God, I know women working and going to school and raising children. Like, yo, what the? I don't know. That's a lot. That takes a strong type of human being. But on the market, man, I don't like, it's hard to say how you feel as a man, especially if you're a Black man. You have no words. You have no say to talk about it. So it is what it is.
We don't have no say. Why not?
Because for the very reaction we just saw. What you mean? It's a trigger. It's like what we want, what you want, like what we want cannot be discussed. You can't say what you want if it doesn't line up with social norms. You can't. What? Or we've been at least programmed to believe.
I see what you're saying.
That we should. You know what I'm saying? Like, we've been programmed from young. Even I listen to my aunts, my grand. We have been taught don't challenge women. Just don't do it. Don't say anything that you might disagree with. Don't rock the boat. Don't create the waves. And just, skate through like that. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's.
Well, I do think we shouldn't argue with like we would a fight with a woman like we would a man. But I do think that.
No, that's not what I'm discussing. No, I don't mean like that. I'm saying like
we should have these conversations though. Like
what is expected from?
We could grow.
But what is expected from a man, especially a Black man in a white country, that all of us, men and women, are disenfranchised. Black men and women are disenfranchised in this community. And then to try to, and it's not every Black woman, I want to preface that, but there's a culture of a certain level of expectation that the average Black man cannot provide. And we're not talking about like the basics. We're talking about a high level, a higher standard, higher than normal standard of a lifestyle. That is, it doesn't make sense that an average dude working at Con Edison could provide such a lifestyle. And what you would want from your woman, you don't necessarily get, but you have to deal with if you even want the remote chance of having a family. But once again, you can't say how you feel because it upsets certain. It's not an easy thing to bring up.
Well,
and
I'm gonna say how I feel on tonight on this
I mean,
show.
listen, Karan, you know, I don't know if you got any political aspirations, but you know, do you think, bro?
Smoke, man. I always want the smoke, man. I don't care. I got trolls.
My ideas on interracial dating are concerned.
Oh yeah, sorry, you said my ideas on interracial dating?
No. Unless you were like still going, Neek.
No, he finished it. He was done.
No, I was saying, I said like, well, I was gonna superimpose that with why even some of my friends who have been staunch African American women daters, they married outside their race, like, and I think about that. I
wonder why. 3
of my friends, like, and I'm like, but y'all dudes only like, why would you? And I'm just like, what the?
Did they give you an answer?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of them, his answer was, "This is the woman that was just giving me the most attention. She was showing me the most respect, and that's where he went." Another one, it was something similar. Like, yo, she was just the consummate wife before, like, everything that is not celebrated anymore, as far as being a wife. She was representative of that. She was from an Indian background, and she moved as such. She's a doctor. He's a what is he now? A computer engineer. And she, you know, it didn't matter that she was a doctor. She would everything. Like, it was amazing. I was like, what the?
Is he happy?
Yeah, that you can't pry him apart, man. You can't do nothing. So that dude is gone. That dude is happy.
Okay.
But it's like, I hate touching the subject because it's like you can't talk about it. I'm gonna let you, Karan, handle that one. So.
I'll talk about it, but
I'm gonna go
anything you want to say? I want to let the ladies go first.
I'm kind of like, I guess I'm just like on the fence with interracial dating. I mean, catch me like 5 years ago, I was like, hell no, I'm not for interracial dating, because I was
a vegan too.
Yeah, I was a part of the Black, Kangious community. So, that came with its own ideals, and I was pretty militant in my approach, in my gaze through life. But I would say, like, now I have family. Like, I come from a very mixed up family. You know what I mean? Like, coming from a Jamaican background and coming from a Trinidadian background, like, I have so many cultures in my family for real. You know what I'm saying? Like, cousins with last name Ho Shing, like, blood cousins, you know what I'm saying? And that kind of mars my view just a little bit, because I understand that my experience just as a woman of color, right? As a woman who identifies herself as Afro-Caribbean, I also understand that, like, my grandfather has Chinese lineage that actually, I guess, reveals itself as cultural practices or cultural tie-ins, not just, I'm part Indian, like these Black people nowadays, I'm half Indian, or I got some Native American in me.
Ain't got no Indian in them.
No, I mean, like, for real, we're very mixed. And so I would say, like, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for my grandmother, who was a multiracial woman, for real. You know what I'm saying? Black, Ashkenazi, Jew, and Indian. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for her. So in that
you
way,
touched on one of my points. Damn.
I guess, like, my perspective on race has changed a little bit. I do understand the social significance of sticking to your own as expressed in other cultures, right? So like the Hasidic Jews, they stick to themselves, and like what kind of what kind of benefits are engendered due to those type of like social interactions or arrangements. I understand that there is a certain benefit from a social aspect, but then when you try to like tangibly apply it to your own life, someone of mixed background as myself, it it's just a conflicting thing at this point in my life. Maybe I will change my view 5 years from now, but where I'm at now is more or less like I'm just kind of looking at the aspect of race as more of an ethereal concept rather than something that's very tangible. Because, for example, I'm not even gonna throw my mom under the bus. I'm gonna just pick someone else, like, someone that I'm directly related to, and they're only 45% Black. You know what I'm saying? And it was from the loins of this person that I am who I am today. You know what I'm saying? So what does that do? That causes confusion in a way.
But what's your DNA say? What's your percentage of African?
Well, listen, from my percentage of African, I am 80%. Listen, I'm Mama Africa, okay? I'm 80% African, most of my heritage is from I think Nigeria, if I'm not mistaken. You know what I'm saying? Which isn't a surprise to me, because I grew up, incorporating Shango into my lifestyle. So I understood, my Yoruban elements, or origin rather, right? From since I was a baby, right? So I understood that. And I also understood why Portuguese was 20%, because, like my father is literally split in half Portuguese, pretty much, maybe a quarter Portuguese because of his father. So with that being said, I'll say this. I feel like race is very much a social construct, right? And I also understand
Babe,
that
stop
people,
stealing my thunder, man. Stop stealing my thunder.
babe, what are you talking
I'm
about?
just
Like,
joking. Go ahead. I'm just
oh,
joking. Go ahead.
sorry if I'm taking your talking points.
You
But
stole my notes. You looked at my notes, but go ahead.
I did not look at your notes. Do not accuse me. Um, but
Y'all
I'm speaking from my personal experience. Like, I've kind of evolved from this like mega militant, stick to your own philosophy.
Okay. So wow, that's a great segue into what I want to say. I agree with you 100,000. Wow. Well, first thing, I got told Neek, I'm a science advocate. So when I look at the world, I try to see it from that sort of perspective. When you understand biology, the history of Homo sapiens sapiens, going back to the archaic humans, you've always had, back when we had different species of humans, we've always interbred, and we always dealt with different people. We also killed each other, kind of like how we do today. We also had genocides. We also that stuff goes back way back, right? So when you fast forward today, we don't have different species, because most of the archaic species they died off, they got wiped out, and we remain. So, like in natural human fashion, we create differences between us, and we choose sides. We have genocides. We kill people. We love people. So it's a mixed bag of it all. So when you fast forward to today, and touching on genetics, like Lange said, her DNA is 80% African. I'm 96%, no, 95% African, to my own horn. And I would like to say that I am a proud so-called Black man. I understand my history very well, very, very well, to the point where it's like it kind of just like shapes my view of how I look at things. And then when I add the science to the mix, I feel like I get a broader perspective. So when we talking about genetics and like Launch said, we are a mixed bag. We're not 100% nothing. No one's 100%. If you find humans that are 100% of anything, multiple reasons why that is. One, their population, they're like the Sentinelese Islands, those people there, they're isolated. So they don't have no real intermixing, interbreeding. They're still humans because they haven't been isolated for that long. But that's why they would, if you do their DNA, it would just come up as Sentinelese Islands because they've been isolated there. Now, you may have certain people in developed nations. I'm sorry, in like what they call first world nations versus developing nations. I don't know, whatever the hell they call it, right? If you have people in those places where, like, if they have 100% white or 100%, Asian or whatever like that, chances are they might be isolated too. Maybe their country they're in doesn't have that much diversity. But however, in a first world place like America, everyone's mixed up. There's no 100% nothing. So you can't be a 100% African unless you was on the continent and your ancestors didn't come into contact with other humans outside of Africa, right? Right. So I want to start there. As far as I do want to touch on getting back to the race standard and something that Sherry was talking about. I want to share my screen to sort of back Sherry up with what she was saying about the whole black men double, being more open to interracial dating than African American women are. So this is Pew Research Center. A lot of my stats and data when it comes to just like different things comes from here. So they tracked intermarriage in the United States for over 50 years, right? So if you look at this chart right here, you see since 1967, there's been a steady increase of interracial marriage. So in 1967, before that, the reason why they don't have no data on that is because it was outlawed. So you couldn't even mix. Oh, and to real quick, the one thing I want to chime on from the previous conversation, when we had black communities, it was prior to that time when you only had black only water fountains, white only water fountains. That's the only time we had communities based on the fact that we were black. After that whole community thing kind of went out the window. I just wanted to add that in there. I figured it's a good segue to drop that. But you see that 1967, you still had 3% because let's be honest, a lot of us that have European ancestry in our DNA, yes, some of it was due to rape. Yeah, the slave masters, they raped the slaves. But some of it also was kind of a twisted love kind of thing. I know it might sound crazy, but it wasn't just all rape, right? You always had like black people, so-called black people getting together with so-called white people, right? And it's kind of like a taboo thing. So you see that 3%, these people that had it that were married, right? More than likely there was some type of love or something there for them to, and you see this number steady climbing. So that's why I say by 2050, what I say, by that time, you're going to have a whole lot more colored people in this country. And I'm willing to bet that race relations more than likely will look a lot different during those times, right? But I want to scroll down to here. So check this out. When we talk about nation building and communities that seem to be isolated to themselves, look at it's right here where it says about 3 in 10 Asian newlyweds in the U.S. Intermarry. Look at the people who are intermarrying, mostly Asians and Hispanics. They account for most of the intermarriages. Oh, and I want to point out here, in terms of choosing their own race, right? Most people choose their own race because, as you see, most marriages are just between people within their so-called races. Even though we have an increase of intermarriage, you still have 83% of marriages of people in their race marrying. So everyone is pretty much sticking to themselves. We do see a trend emerging, and maybe that will change, right? So Asians and Hispanics are the ones that are intermarrying the most. But here's where I want to touch on Sherry's point. You see right here, black men are twice as likely to marry, twice as likely as black women to intermarry. You see right there, 24% of black men intermarrying, only 12% of black women, right? So I just wanted to chime on that. Is there anything else I want to talk about in here? They got some interesting educational stuff, but that's all I want to say. I'm gonna take my screen now, unless you guys, I'll keep it up for a little while. But so yes, men do date outside the race. Black men, at least, date outside the race more than black women do. However, I do want to say this. I'm the relationship guy. So we talked about earlier, we said that I think Kemi was talking about women dealing with men who aren't, black men who don't got their stuff together and things of that nature. So my thing is, if you are trying to, I launch pose back. If you are trying to date to find someone who you will love, why would you close yourself off to finding someone who may be another person of color or even a white person if they're going to be that right person for you? That's why I asked Nick. I said, "Yo, is he happy?" Because I do take offense to men and women that say I'm dating outside the race because they think the men or woman of their race is trash. I think that if that's your outlook and your perspective, that's just a garbage perspective because you're going to meet trash all over the place. It's not just black men or black women that are a certain way. I have a friend of mine that told me that, yo, I don't understand the stereotype that black women are more angry or riled up than white women are, because he's with a white woman. And he was like, she lets me have it. So I think that's more of an individual thing too, like the stereotypes. I never like stereotypes. I'm a stereotype crusher. I pride myself on that. But as far as we said, Nick?
But you gotta admit, there's a stereotype for a reason. Like, I'm not saying that stereotypes are facts. I will never consider stereotypes facts. But it came from somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, they came from somewhere. I'm not saying, like, black women do get a bad rap about being their attitude and things like that. Black men get a bad rap when it comes to violence and criminal activity and being locked up and being deadbeat fathers and being
social engineering. That's where it derives from.
Almost definitely.
Came from nowhere. It wasn't because of how we were acting. Just like this whole "we eat watermelon" thing, that literally was just
terrific brand. Yeah.
No,
that's why I'm
watermelon is a real thing. We eat
yes.
watermelon because it's really good for you.
No. Yeah. I know that, but I'm saying the fact that they say, "Oh, black people love chicken and black people love watermelon," they made that.
Yeah, no, we talking about the stereotypes. Yeah,
the stereotype literally came about out of thin air because white people made that up in order to. And I don't want to get the things wrong. Maybe Launch can say something about it, but they made it up in order to like degrade us to make us look a certain way so that we wouldn't get like
for sure.
Real quick,
that whole Aunt Jemima, figurine and what that represents for the black woman to this day.
Hold on, I don't want to lose that point really quick. When we're talking about something like watermelon, it didn't come out of nowhere. Africans by far are the biggest place of watermelon eating.
No, that's true. But what I'm saying is we were eating watermelon, but they used this, they made up this.
What I was saying, I wasn't saying that it's fact. I was trying to clarify that there's some modicum.
It came from somewhere, and I'm telling you that
no stereotype holds any real value.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it holds value when there's an image of us attached to it. That's the problem. We don't own our image. Why there are black men walking around in suits, carrying briefcases, living in nice neighborhoods? Why isn't that our identity? There are black women who are very feminine and secure and this, that, and the third. Why isn't that our image? Why is our image?
It is our image. Black excellence can be our image, but
I'm not saying what can be. I'm talking about what is. When you go on, we are looked at from the rest of America as what they see on 106 and Park, Hot 97.
Our fault.
They're ignorant people.
That's social engineering.
I agree, Launch Pro. I agree 100%. That is very crafty and skillful social engineering to keep people to keep what they call it, self-fulfilling prophecy going.
Listen, that's PR
Right?
at its best.
I know listen, if you could stand back from it and disassociate yourself emotionally from it, you can see a masterful plan to oppress a certain group of people. Right? There's a lot of thought and attention to detail that went into putting us in this position.
Yeah.
Right? But what I'm saying is that now it's an echo chamber in our community. You might not be Kimmy, Launch Pro may not be, Sherry, Knock, Karan, Trev, me. But I'm saying we're still in the environment of this echo chamber that is not our true identity.
Right.
Right. So when you super project that into the relationship plane, dealing with each other, maybe all of us in this chat might have an open mind and a fresh, clear perspective of how to approach relationships and dealing with one another. But that might not be the majority, since the majority might be subscribing to that false image.
That is
so
a fact.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I think Kimmy thinks
you
I mean
can't
like
know what
everybody.
the majority. You can't know what the majority is thinking unless you're doing some type of study.
But the studies have been done, Karan. Look at where the dollars are going. Where the dollars are going is where the community is going.
Those who date out have dated outside of their race.
Say it again, Launch Pro.
I know that, like, I don't have the exact information in front of me, but those who've dated outside of their race have always cited some type of deficit within their own race that they needed to fulfill.
But Launch Pro, we
I don't
can't
know about
talk
all of them,
about it.
babe.
We can't.
I'm not saying all of them. I'm not. I mean, you cannot
I've
use
heard
the term all, right? But this has been said.
Yeah, but even
Sherry,
dated outside his race. That's what he did. He
say it again.
I said, to agree with what Launch said, even you, when you said you dated outside your race or your friends or whatever, you cited a deficit. You're like, well, because I can't voice my opinion.
Exactly.
But I'm saying that if the natural inclination of any race is to stay within their own, any race, there is a reason. There then becomes a reason why somebody would go against the grain to seek something.
Social engineering, and then and like, but even when you think about it, like,
just go for the okie doke. That's it.
I don't know if it's but I'm saying I don't know if it's an okie doke or it's become such an issue that we have lost sight of what's important in our community.
I think you've lost sight of what's important.
Influence. I would say this: there are certain
Nick, you
figures.
forgot we don't have a community, Nick. We don't have a community.
There are certain figures
the so-called
in communities.
community we're talking about. I'm sorry, Lance. Go ahead.
No, there are certain like influencers within pockets of people. I'm not going to say communities for the sake of just like evading argumentation, but I'm just going to say like there are certain influencers within pockets of people, right, that are able to usher in like what the stat quo is or what success looks like. So when you have like these Black athletes or Black entertainers, right, entertaining white women once they're successful, as though that is the prized possession, not to really be with a Black woman, but a sign of you arriving is to have a white woman on your arm.
Have y'all ever listened to those athletes? Because those questions have come up in interviews, and I'm shocked that some of those athletes have actually answered that on television. What do you think their response was when asked those questions? And honestly, it's shocking that they talk about it, to be honest.
What are their answers?
Say it again.
What are their answers?
They just find certain women from certain races are just more cooperative.
Because of their money. Well, you say that they're more cooperative once they're successful?
No, I'm not saying. Hold on. Before we
Nick.
jump on the stab train, because I know this is a very sensitive topic. What I'm saying is that
no. We're all having like an intellectual discussion about this outside of feelings. But what I'm saying is like not you personally, but those people, like those athletes that you say have answered that question. They're with the another gender, or they're with not another gender, they're with another race, right? Because they're more cooperative, but they wait until they're successful in order to to ascertain that characteristic from someone.
And that is the double. That's where I would say you find a paradox, because there's no way you can rationalize if that cooperation is genuine, right?
Exactly.
There's no way you could rationalize that if that cooperation is genuine. But what pattern that I've noticed, even in my early days of high school, is that when you're a star basketball player, right, in high school, certain people gravitate towards you faster than others.
Right.
Me personally, that might be my personal experience, right? But I noticed that. I never trended towards that because, like I said, like I've always wanted to be with a black woman. I enjoy that relationship of understanding that we're sharing a very similar struggle in life. You can't replace that. I don't know if you could ever connect on that level with a woman from another race who doesn't share those experiences and doesn't know those hurdles that she and you also have to go through in society.
But Nick, that's your values. That doesn't,
Say again?
like I was telling Trav, that's your values. I was telling Trav that last week. He was saying, "Oh yeah, everyone should be married and have kids." Everyone doesn't want that. So
no, I'm not talking. I'm talking about just being with somebody. Not forget the kids. I'm talking about you just being with somebody of a different race.
No. I'm using as an example to say some people don't care about sharing the struggle. Some people care about getting with someone who actually is going to love them.
Yeah, until they realize that, you know, something happens in society to which they're not able to empathize, and then that empathy is not there, and that's when they wake up to smell the damn coffee like, yo, I made a freaking mistake because at the fundamental level, this person cannot fucking relate to me.
Yeah,
excuse my language.
We all,
hold on, Kimmy, I want to know, like, what is
hold on. All of us on this line has been with someone within our race and it didn't work out. So to say that because a person's in an interracial relationship and that relationship doesn't work out, that means that, oh, well, you shouldn't date interracially.
Nah, it's a different connotation. It's a different connotation when you don't work out because of an argument or y'all just don't gel personality wise, as opposed to, yo, we don't work out because I'm unable to empathize with you as a black man when you're sad that you were profiled at a country club in Scarsdale up by us.
That's a fact.
I'm just saying, like,
because fundamentally at the core, y'all don't match. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just doesn't.
The experiences do not match.
Well, hold on, Kimmy, what is your reservation? It goes both ways, though. About like when black men especially voice their opinion about what they want in relationships from their black women. Like, what is your reservation when it comes to that?
To be honest, I don't have any reservations towards anybody, man or woman, that voices what they want from their partner, whether they be black, blue, pink, or purple. Do you know what I'm saying? But like Lon said, if you're going to come on here and say, well, I date white women because of this lack that's right here in this black
woman. I don't date white women. It's not like I'm
talking about general. I'm talking about general, not you as in Neek. I'm just saying when black men, even women, why they decided races because black people this and black people that. To me, it sounds like when they say when you go to the black store in the black neighborhood and they forget to give you your change and you're like, see, that's why I don't shop at the black. Like, don't do that. One black shop didn't give you your money back doesn't mean that all black businesses
now.
I
feel you. I feel you. Let me just say this, Kimmy, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've always held a position that, I want to be an observer of life. I want to observe before I come to a conclusion or a decision on certain things. The observations in our community is what I base it on, not necessarily just rhetoric floating in the air. But the amount of men that I've asked in our community about their relationships to their wives, their black wives, or whatever wife, I don't like the trend that I hear because I want to be married to a black woman.
What's the trend?
I hear how they talk about their wives. And the thing is, I've asked some people since I've been curious about starting a family, and I'm talking about like probably like my mid-20s, after I got over all the, you know, the fun and the games, till now, like the men have a serious issue when it comes to respect from their women. And the thing is, I say this and it's a problem. It triggers so many people.
Because
no, I'm not talking about, I'm talking about like when I talk about it, like not here necessarily, because everybody here is just having a conversation, but in general. And they don't say anything. They listen, man, it is what it is. You just gotta deal with it. I'm like, but
I think that's just such a falsehood. Like, I
it
don't
might
know.
be.
I
It might
think
be.
in
I'm not married.
general, I mean, people are people, man. You know what I'm
I
saying? So
agree.
like when you say like, oh, like black women, there's a respect issue. Who are these black women? Who are these Indian? Like, do you want? I mean, here's the thing. We're not gonna act like culture and religion don't play a part in other like races that I think are more condensed or have a more like condensed or potent impact on their character development, right? So you might have like a Chinese woman who is Taoist or whatever. And she's naturally like subservient because that is the way of the right. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
To bow down and respect your man and to not look in his face and to give up your body.
But
You
that's
do not
the
have autonomy.
extremes. That's the
I mean, that's not
extremes.
the extreme, but that's not extreme though. I
In
mean,
their
these are
culture.
actual characteristics that exist
No,
among people, like Indians as well. Like their women are very much, you know, the man is the head of the household. They are domestic, even if they do assume, you know, leadership roles in the corporate sphere. They have it in their head due to
right.
their system, their faith-based system of operating,
We
that this is
got
how.
baby, we got Dust Love on the stream. I just want to say hello.
Okay.
And I
Hey,
also
Dusty.
just what's going on. I feel like Launch Pro is cheating because
How?
I ain't seen her in almost 3-4 years.
Connection issue there.
You know, so
Listen, you'll see me on the next live.
Okay, bet. Okay, bet.
I got
But
you on the next live.
right now, I'm just on the porch. I'm just listening to
I feel
everybody.
like I'm the only one that can't hear when new people come in.
Really?
Maybe.
I see someone now.
You want to try? You want to try going in, coming back out?
Hold on, can he speak for 1 second? Let me see if I can hear him.
Dusty, say something.
I'm just on the front porch.
Now I hear
I'm just chilling. I'm spectating. I'm just listening.
Okay, no problem. No problem.
Really quick.
No
Yeah,
problem.
so like when you say, Neek, like there's a respect issue, like I know, you know, I've had white associates and I know how they interact in their relationships. A woman in Western society is not gonna put up with nonsense.
But I'm not
They're
requiring a
just gonna
woman to put up
speak.
with nonsense.
No, but I'm not even trying to frame it to your particular points, but I'm just like speaking generally, right? A woman is not going to shut up as they have in the past. So when you say there's a respect issue, I think that there's a respect issue specifically in the Black female sphere. I would really like to know what that looks like, not from like, you know, what we see on social media, these ratchet ass videos. I'm talking
I've
about
seen ratchet in person.
Neek,
I've
hold on.
seen, but I don't even want to
and
call it ratchet because that's another word that's very triggering. But
well, for the sake of this
yo, listen, man,
conversation,
I'm a tap dance. I'm a tap dance, man.
I got you. You're a future politician. I got you.
Listen, man, because
so like
it's hard to discuss these.
behavior,
Sorry?
so I'll enumerate on it for you. Like as far as just being boisterous.
Hello? I lost. You hear me?
Yes, as far as
Can y'all
just
hear me?
being boisterous
Okay.
as a woman, having no couth, having no self-respect, you know, cursing at your man as a mode of like everyday communication, you know, like not having class. I mean, what kind of women are you really? I think people just need to be responsible. in general for who they are dating. And the
But
fact is
And
that
white women
I'm
do
not
that too.
saying that it's just the dating market is oh, man, what's the word? Yo, like it's
Listen,
just
Neek,
not.
I want to give you some grace, though. I want to give Neek some grace, right? Because I don't want to say that he's
Yo, come on, like ladies, it's not me trying to be offensive. It's like I've been trying
you
to
don't
date
take it
for
as you being offensive.
I understand your thought process where you're saying the respect is not there. Because when you say that, I think about the fact that, again, government, white people stripped the black man from the home and put him in jail and then gave us food stamps, and now we independent and we don't need that nigga. So things like that happen where respect could have been lost. So I could understand your thought process, right? However, you need to be accountable for the people that you're attracting and for the atmospheres that you're in, that you are dating women who are quote unquote ratchet.
But I don't date those women. I'm talking about pure observation.
Because you're saying that you or a lot of the men like you are going outside of the race because hold on. All right, general, right? Because black women are lacking respect and black women their mouth, right? So if it's the mouth and everything like that, maybe you need to move from wherever you're dating, that circle, move away from it. And I don't mean move away as in now just jump to white people and Asian people. Maybe move to a different sector of the black community, because it sounds like you in one spot and you got to get out of there. It sounds real ghetto over there.
Facts.
Earlier, me and Nick was having a conversation, and he was saying that, black men are not respected by other men from other races, right?
That's true.
The conversation had went from,
that's true.
Well, if they are not respecting us, they, not that black men are the ruler of all black women, but if they're saying you can't even get a woman from your race with you on the same board, how can they even get respect outside of just the black community?
Yo, I've been told that to my face. I've been told that to my face. Why would we do business with you?
As far as community, even regarding that, is a problem.
So you're mad at black women for the things that these...
Whoa, nobody said I'm mad at black. Whoa, buddy. Hey, easy.
Don't. Hold on. I'm just saying, not mad at black women, but you are feeling some type of way. You're blaming us or whatever word you want to put there, because I don't know.
It's not. Once again, I'm not blaming.
Wait,
I'm observing.
Let's mediate.
I'm looking at the landscape because I'm a guy, right? I prefer black women to any other woman. I do. Period. What I'm saying, if you're looking at the landscape, and Launch Pro, you touched on about the social media. I'm not like social media. Who knows? People put on lives like they're millionaires and they really don't have money. They this, that, and the third. I don't look at social media. It's on social media, but I live in New York City. I'm watching what's going on. I'm paying attention.
Let me.
If a woman was attracted to me and she conducted herself in a certain way, I wouldn't even give her an opportunity. Because I see something I already don't like. The way she carries herself, the way she speaks to people, the way she speaks to servants, and vice versa. Even when it comes to guys, I'm even interested in doing business with, or guys who I'm planning to go, I don't know, do some kind of venture with. How you treat one person is how you treat everybody. You can't show respect, and I'm attached to you, male or female. They're gonna assume I'm like you.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying I'm not mad at black women. I don't have some of it is disheartening because I spoke to Sherry about that. I know it's not every black woman.
Can I say something else right quick? Launch Pro said a lot about different races, right? And when we were talking about Zaoism or that Asian lady you can have an expectation of how they will be if they're sticking to that, right? But then you mentioned, women from Western cultures. It would be like shaking a bag of marbles and hopefully you get the one that you like because you don't really know what you could be getting in that way. But let's just move it from there. What we do see, right? I was raised in a household where I was raised in a household or a community where a lot of Black women removed responsibility from the Black men and just overstepped and did what they thought that they should be doing for these young Black men. And that's a problem. That's not even giving him the willpower to want
Opportunity.
to. Right, exactly. That's a problem. We see a lot of that with young Black men right now. Like who's in
Yo, they have no direction at all. They emasculated from the time
So
they
hold on. So because of that, why wouldn't a person open themselves up to dating someone outside the race? Not that we're coming with the perspective that, you know, oh, all people this way, but if I could find a genuine person that I can build something with, why not go for that?
That is what that's what the point I'm trying to make, Kimmy. That is the point. It has nothing to do with just what is the probability within a reasonable amount of time I can find a woman to build a family with in the community if that is what's going on.
So I have an answer for that.
Sorry, go ahead.
I have an answer for that because, well, I'm gonna speak for myself in this one, and because I don't want to speak for every person, but as far as why I won't date someone else, because let's agree that these things can be true, right? Let's agree that, you know, Black women, we have attitude. Black men are broke. Let's agree to these things, right? So it's like, okay, well, how can I find the one not broke Black man out of the haystack, right? The thing is, what stops me from even going outside is because, like what Launch Pro said, fundamentally at the core, I can't relate to those people anyway. You know what I mean? Like when this whole like the Buffalo mass shooting happened, right, at the Tops grocery store, and then there was a little joke. I don't know if it was a joke or whatever, but on Facebook there was like, I wonder how all these interracial couples, how are you looking at your white partner right now? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what are y'all talking about right now? Like, and I feel like as for me, as a Jamaican woman too, I used to have the mindset that I would never date American men, right? Because that was me. I was like, I don't want to have to explain to you the difference between plantain and plantain. Like, I don't got time for that.
Girl, I had that thought too. And I feel like in our culture too, we're told not to do it as well.
As well, right? That's my
Bakes
reason.
and roti, dal and roti.
I open up to African American men. Like, I definitely, as long as he's Black, basically, I'm dating him, because I feel like even if I have to explain plantain and plantain, it's better than having to explain why the fuck I'm upset because this white man just went into the Tops and shot up every goddamn body in a food desert. Like, I don't have the capacity to explain that to you, white man, right?
That's gonna be a debate.
Right.
That's gonna be a debate.
Thing. You know what I mean? My whole entire Black experience to you, you're bugging. You gotta relax.
But that's like I understand that from that perspective. That's always been a point. They made a movies from those conflicts about Black relationship and interrelationships when something happens to the Black person. They made movies in Hollywood from that narrative. But what I'm saying is that do you think that Black women are presenting something to their counterparts, not the dusty Black dudes? I'm talking about these average earning women who are doing good and average earning men who are doing good. Do you think that what they're seeing, being told, I don't really need you, these things, that we hear to our face, not just on social media, to our face, don't open the door, I could get my own door, to our face.
You dating?
No, they say this. They
to our face.
Oh, that's wild. Don't
Damn. That's all.
Yo, Karan,
that's a little bit
remember what I
much,
told you about what that did I tell you, Sherry? I told you, Sherry, about what the chick told that guy.
Oh, yes.
Dude. Nah, go ahead, Sherry. I'm not even gonna say they're not gonna believe me.
What he said it's being presented, but that, to be honest, if we're talking about nation building also, like, you got to know that this is what's being presented.
Kimmy,
in our community, we have a problem with hypergamy. We have a major problem.
Who do you think is responsible for initiating any form of relationship between men and women?
Wait, where? Okay, well, where you going with this? What are you saying?
I'm saying it's us.
It's your
We're
question.
approaching y'all. We are always approaching women, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So what's what do you think is the percentages of men getting rejected? How frequently do you think that happens if we are the ones
lot.
who have to come up to you if you're not you're not
That's
gonna do it.
supposed to happen, man.
You're not
That's
doing it.
supposed to happen, man.
Okay,
That's
so wait,
supposed to happen.
But what I'm saying, because she said it's the frequency is this, that. I'm like, yo, of course it's gonna be because we gotta approach you. We
Yeah.
have to. We're always gonna come up against that. So what you're saying, we should stop? Then y'all not gonna do it. We're not gonna do it. Then there goes the family. There goes all community.
No, I think
So you can't say that, oh, well, you know, what's the probability? It's like, yo, that's why guys have multiple women, or this is why guys go after multiple girls, because you don't know who's going to stick. You don't.
Okay,
You don't know who's going to take you for a ride. You don't know what the case, huh?
When you're dating, you should be dating multiple people. You ain't supposed to just stick to one. And I don't mean dating doesn't mean having sex. I'm just saying dating in general.
I understand what you mean.
we spoke
Dating,
about
just
that
going
last
out,
week.
getting to know each other. I agree with that.
So
I'm just saying, Kimmy, like, our problem is that we cannot articulate what we want because it's toxic, apparently. Now the whole word is toxic masculinity, toxic this, toxic that. I'm not doing this.
In the media, but that's I don't think that happens as often as y'all think it is. I think it's happening in certain.
Okay, so how often are you approaching women to find out for yourself?
No, what I'm saying is it's happening in certain sectors. Like even when you said something, like you just said that some girl said, "Don't open my door, I got it," and you see how I reacted. To me, that's what I've never heard that in my life. Who said that? So to me,
but that's my point. These are things you cannot possibly know because you're a woman. Just like there's certain things I cannot possibly know because I'm a man.
What I'm saying is I'm in a different sector, maybe, of the community. No shade to nothing, but I'm saying maybe I'm in a sector where, to me, that's far-fetched. Ain't nobody around me ever said that. Don't open my car. What? That's weird. Who said that?
Okay, let me ask you this. Okay, let me reframe the situation for you, Kimmy, right?
Monoliths, man. I
Because we gotta hold on, say it again.
Black women are not monoliths, and I feel as though
I don't think black women are monoliths. That's not the case I'm making.
These things are personal characteristics.
Can I say really
but
quick?
Does anybody believe in trends? Like, do we not? Are trends not real things?
Trends are real things, but I feel like ultimately, you know, when they say, "Oh, like Kevin Samuel," he might have people thinking that there's a trend where, you know, men really are just going after fit women, and realistically speaking, that's not the situation. That's not the truth. So that doesn't really dictate, like the trend doesn't dictate what the average men and women are doing and how they perform in relationships.
That's how you develop a trend, by using averages. How else do you develop a trend? Like, don't you take averages to develop a trend? How do you chart your trend?
Like, we all individuals, man. Like,
I understand. Okay, hold on. What's her name? I don't want to just call you whatever. Was it Passion?
Nah, it's Launch Pro. That's Launch Pro.
That's Launch Pro.
My phone
Okay.
died.
Oh, you had to switch up. Okay, so Launch Pro, right? I agree. Men, women, whatever, are not monoliths. We have our unique experiences, right? I agree with 100% with you on that. What I'm saying is that there is a certain culture and narrative that we experience all the time when trying to enter the dating world. All the time. And then we get rebutted that it's not the case. So then what are we experiencing? If it's not then tell me, what are we
I think you got a bad network, fam.
Exactly.
I think you got to
switch up
broaden
your network, because I
horizons.
definitely have never said any of that.
Dude, it's wide and it's all encompassing, all different industries, bro. It can't get no wider. And honestly, that's one of the things that led me to widening my network, is because I'm like, maybe I'm dating on one level. Let me try a different level. You know what? Let me go
all
here.
levels, Hoss.
Say it again.
Maybe you need to
dating
consider
on all
outside
levels.
the race.
You just ain't found it yet.
Maybe, listen, I agree, but like when do you say fuck it? You know what I'm saying? Like,
when you
spending money, you spending time.
Honestly, Nick, like, I think you gotta somehow take personal accountability for the type of women that you're attracted to.
But
like,
it's not necessarily.
Exactly.
No, but I
When you
agree.
stop
Of
saying
course,
fuck it, that's when you gonna get it.
no, but
Because
you told
sometimes you know
hold on. When you
when you're
said that,
busy when
When you stop saying fuck it, that's when you gonna get it.
no,
That's
I'm
when
when
saying
you
you when
find
when
you
do
when
you
you
say? I'm
focus
saying
on
when do you make that determination? Sorry, Lunch. Go
based
ahead.
on what you just said, if whenever you feel, to the point where it's like fuck it, that's when the internal reflection should turn on, and you're like, yo, like, is
No,
it
but the
me?
thing is,
Like, what kind of women am I going for?
but the thing is, I do that. Like this is why I told you before. I think I just stopped. I pulled out and I'm focusing on other things. But what I'm saying is that I did notice earlier on there was a certain pattern of women I was doing. I was like, all right, that's a bad. I gotta readjust that and try again. And I did that.
And I
But
hope you're not like one of these idealist type of men too. Because
oh
like
no,
that could be a problem as well. Like you got some men that are
idealist.
just like
Come on, man.
idealist,
Nothing is
and
you're
it's
not gonna
like
get nothing. Listen, the older we get, we can only the percentage of finding everything that you want reduces. It's just because
Look,
people just keep having more experiences.
right.
It's
yeah.
like when you're younger is the best time to get married because y'all could grow together, y'all could build together, y'all could be one together. The older you
You
get,
agree with that?
say it again.
You agree with that?
What like
I
the
don't
younger
agree
you
with
are, the
that.
better to grow
I
together?
I honestly don't agree with that. I'm
What
be honest
it's
with you.
better to get married when you're younger?
No, it's not. It's not a good idea. I don't
All
think
right, why you say that? I'm interested.
because you young. You know what I'm saying? You don't know what you getting into.
Okay,
You know
I
what I'm
agree with
saying? You
that.
ain't seen. You ain't even seen the world. You haven't even seen. You ain't seen what's out there at all. So how you going to sit there and say?
Give
How
it
you
a
going to sit
number.
there and
Number,
say that?
Dusty.
You know you're gonna.
The
You're
reason I
gonna.
say that,
So you
Dusty,
gonna
is
you gonna put
because
it. You gonna put it all in one basket, right?
No,
At the
Dusty, what
age of
age?
20.
What age is
no,
a good
but,
age?
but I'm saying it would be in your best interest to get married at a younger age. And the reason I say that is because I know people older that they still have that same issue when it comes to
Yeah,
relationships. Huh?
I don't know about that, man. I feel like
man.
younger people, like we spoke about last week, they get it wrong. That's why they
Well,
always
we
on
They
the
used to
tend
get
to
prowl.
married
grow
They get
younger.
it
apart.
We used to
wrong.
get
They
married
get it
younger,
wrong.
man. We
What's
gotta
the
get married to
age?
like 30s, late
But
30s,
older
40s
people get it
now.
wrong too, though.
Say it again.
Older people get it wrong too, though. I said older
But
people
that's
get
what
it
I'm
wrong too.
saying. That's what I'm saying. What are you going to learn at
Like,
30 that at 25, 26, you're going to, what are you going to learn that's going to prepare you any better? It's like having a child. Like,
No.
yeah, financially you could be ready, but you're still not prepared for being a parent until you're a parent.
Look,
like, let's keep it real. Let's keep it real.
look.
Most of the time, when people say you should get married when you're 20, is because they want the whole phase. Let's just be real. They just want the whole phase, and that is not
Yo,
good for
I'm
you.
not saying nothing, man. I understand, Trey.
So
I'm trying
Trap,
to
It's
what
give
are,
you a
what are your
little
dangerous.
thoughts?
something.
Trap,
It's
what are your
dangerous.
thoughts?
It's
Should
dangerous.
we date within the race or interracially, like to find love, or if you're open, like
I
what's
used
your
to.
game?
I mean, I'm not against interracial dating. I'm like my wife's black. I'm more for black women, but honestly, I really don't care because you got good people
That's respect.
everywhere, and you got people who ain't worth a damn everywhere. So it really don't matter. I
That's
just focus. So you know, like if you
That's all
focus
I
too
was
much
trying
on
to
just
say.
race, yeah, if you focus too much on just race all the time, blackity black, black power, black this, but a lot of times you end up fucking yourself over because you putting the color before the actions or the mentality of
Yeah.
people. You put the
Yep.
you,
race there, so
That's a fact.
yeah, but you know where
That's
that
fact.
goes wrong though.
Mentality
I
can't
feel like it goes wrong when you look at all the issues that's going on in the world.
Hmm.
They're going to look at it from a different world than you're going to look at it from. So
That's a fact.
I think that that's where we're damn. We don't
The
relate.
conflict,
We
right?
definitely don't relate. You know what I'm saying? So that's a
Yeah.
red flag right there.
On
You know
a
what I'm saying?
very core issue, like you got core values, and then you got like passive values. You know what I'm saying? But on
Mm-hmm.
your core index, you
Yep.
gotta be equally yoked on that
Yep.
front. That's my opinion, to be
Yeah.
honest, and that's the reason
Yeah.
why, I have dated men outside of my race, and I personally was like, yo, honestly, nah, man, this is not where it's at, because you
Deep
don't
down
understand
inside.
the struggle, and your lens,
Yep.
how you operate in the society is just not really in tandem with what I'm used to, what my experience is as a Black woman, what I've witnessed my father go through as a Black man in this country.
Can I ask you a question, Launch Pro?
Sure.
Do you think hypergamy in our community plays any role in the distance between us, like Black men and Black women?
Yep.
Yeah.
100%.
Say it again?
Yeah.
I do.
Okay, and what comes with, do you think women who have reached that level of success and are looking for the 10% of men, do you think that they would respect a man making 40, 50, or 60,000?
No, they would not.
White women don't.
Some would.
Wait, hold on. White women.
Stereotype.
I don't know. I mean, within our race.
Yes, I'm talking about us. We were talking about
all
us.
right. Hi, okay.
Come on, Launch Pro, tell the truth.
Okay. So
tell the
check this
truth,
out, right?
Launch.
So okay, I'm gonna tell the truth, right? So I'm gonna just speak from a West Indian lens, right?
You are losing Kimmy, by the way. I just want you to know that you are losing Kimmy.
Am I really? Because I feel as though, I mean, hypergamy is when you date to socially elevate. You date someone that is essentially, like better fit financially or socially, right?
And that's
like,
right.
As far as
white women's MO. Period.
But which is true, but
this
also
is the nature of men that a lot of women don't understand. If y'all give them what they want, they don't give, but they will buy you the rocket ship.
Right.
This
Figure
exists
it
in our
out. If
community
you
as
give
well,
a man what he wants,
That's
how
true.
he wants it, he will build you the house if he can't buy it. He will dig out the basement if he can to make you happy. But when y'all demand it,
a man that got it like that, yo, he gonna end up cheating anyway.
the 10% they be looking for.
A woman
The 10%
that's doing for a man. Come on, man.
But okay,
basically,
what I will
I'm
say
sorry.
too
I had
in
to
this
pull
conversation,
this up.
Yeah.
This
Jack,
hypergamy
come
right
on with the
quick.
facts.
It's a social. It's a term used in social science for the act or practice of a person marrying a spouse of a higher caste or social status than themselves.
Yeah.
Most people don't. Most people are not in the higher caste. So when you say it's affecting us as a people, that's
No, but I'm
that's
okay. But let me qualify that. When I say it's affecting us, I mean that they're trying to attain something that is unattainable because there's not a lot of us at the top.
Right.
It's 10%. So if 90% you're ignoring, the 10% that you're chasing got all the prospects, and the 90% of men who are suitable, who don't make six figures, they go to the wayside.
And they rather be alone.
Raise my hand
And they
real quick. Can I just
we spoke about that. But go ahead, Kimmy.
Because okay, this is the definition of hypergamy, and it is. Which, by the way, I used to say hypergamy. Which one is it? Hypergamy.
Hypergamy.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, that plot's gonna be so okay. I think that the white women are the ones who are the real hypergamy. Are the ones who really do hypergamy, like I guess the definition way, right? Because they are dating, they really hold on, because especially when they come into the Black community, they get the 10% of men, because those 10% of men in the Black community, they go for the white women, right? When we are saying that,
why? Nobody's asking why. Why is that happening?
Is because you said that
social engineering, though.
Oh, come on, Lodge, don't do that, Lodge.
When Black women are chasing the 10%, we're missing out on this 90. But truthfully, Black women aren't really chasing that 10%. When we say that we want to marry up, we just mean because we are so used to not having nothing. All we really mean most of the time is a nigga with a job. Because y'all niggas y'all niggas don't be having jobs. Like, y'all don't be having cars, and then you got to drive my car around, and you know what I mean.
That's kind of that ain't changed yet though.
No, I mean it has changed, but I'm saying for most Black women in certain sectors of the Black community, that's what they be looking for. So when they say that they're dating up or hypergamy or whatever, they're not really chasing the 10%. They're just chasing somebody with a little bit of money, probably make $50,000 a year, and they're like, oh my God. Do you know what I'm saying? It's the white woman's MO to really be hypergamic. Is that a word? That's
yeah.
No.
Yeah, but white women usually start getting married in college.
They do. You want to know why? Because they
Right.
were to do so.
Right.
They
And
were
and Black
definitely
women
socialized.
avoid all kinds of they
Breaking up, brother. Breaking up.
No, I
Yeah, but
said, and our ladies usually
I like the
avoid
way
that in
this topic
college.
is. I like the arguments though.
really quick, because I've been wanting to get this point off really quick.
Go ahead, Sherry.
I understand that there is a lot of riffraff in our community when it comes to these topics, especially hypergamy. I've been having these conversations a lot lately with a lot of people, one-offs. And specifically, I had a conversation with my mom earlier. My mom, she's single. She's 50. She, at this point, still would say...
That's young nowadays.
Huh?
It
That's
definitely
young.
is young.
50 is like 35 right now.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't. Because I'm almost there. Cut it out. But wait, real quick, I will say, she said she cannot date a man who is making under a certain amount of money. And I said, the set amount of money that she named, I'm like, statistically speaking, a lot of Black men in particular are only making less than what you just said. And the fact that she's making a 6-figure salary, you don't need to be bringing sand to the beach. Why do both of you need to make this much money? As a matter of fact, the client, you're over now. Like, there's no more children coming. What do you need all this money for?
So that she doesn't attract a man that's draining the 6 figures she got.
That's a
But
fact.
the money is for the family. The money is
Oh, I'm glad
but if she opened up her dating perspective,
you said that.
if she opened up her dating perspective and dated out the race, maybe she would find someone that
when you get
might fit
married,
that criteria.
I can't hear anything.
When you get married, you ain't trying to do nothing but build a foundation.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I feel like. You trying to build a foundation.
Mm-hmm.
You trying to build financial. You trying to build growth in the future.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I feel. You know what I'm saying? And why money? Like money is gonna come and go.
Right.
Money's gonna come and go. You're gonna end up making that anyway.
Exactly. This goes
And
into
if
the
you
point
go,
that I was. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Hold
Go
on.
ahead.
First of all, I've witnessed this with my 2 eyes. A few friends of mine who have done that. They're like, I have friends that make a really good amount of money. One in particular dated a man that he really did have great potential. You know what I mean? She dated him. He makes significantly less than her. And he has children. Because she makes so much money, she's like, that's not a problem. I'm going to have a baby with you. I'm going to be all right with our baby. And I'm going to help you with your kids because I got it. Even if you don't, I just need you to be here for support and to help me build. What did that man end up doing that no one thought?
quit a job.
No, he didn't quit his job, but then he became complacent and comfortable, and then so did his children. Do you know what I'm saying?
There it is. There it is. There it is. The hunger.
Hold on.
The hunger wasn't there anymore.
No, but hold on now, man. Yo, Kimmy.
I can't hear her. Wait, what?
He was barely getting by with his children, and he was working real hard because he needed to get by, right? But now that he comes and he meets my friend, and now he's just so comfortable that he's not doing much. So now they are all draining her as the wife.
Kimmy.
Duties, and because she makes more, she has to take care of his 5 children that he got, by the way, 5, right?
She should not have even been with him. She made a mistake right there and then. That was a mistake, girl.
Hey,
but what about the guy with
an example of you trying to build somebody that
wasn't even the issue wasn't even the fact that he made significally less. The issue was that he had 5 goddamn children.
That was a bad
You need to go in and come back out,
older children. They were older, like most of them are 20s. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, they still drained her. And I feel like it's not just the children. I feel like when you date somebody that makes significantly less than you, after a while, you do feel the pressure. Like, I'm footing everything. I'm the one that's doing everything because I'm the one that can afford it. Unfortunately.
Yeah, okay.
That,
But the
that's
problem,
such
the
a
problem was at
such
the beginning and at
a
the gate. The problem is that he didn't even make enough money to take care of himself.
Well, what about the guys who make 50 without the 5 kids? What about them?
That's fine.
What about them? You talking about a guy who got 5 kids? Of course, that's draining.
No, but even so, there's another example of one who doesn't have that many, and it's still draining because if I make so much more than you and you work at Chick-fil-A, for example, no shade, I'm just making up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I understand.
Yeah. So you
okay?
you willing,
So basically,
you willing not to
your
come
salary
up with her.
Neek,
Nick, you gotta go in and come out, brother.
Your service is bad, Neek.
5, maybe.
You got that Metro
Service is bad.
PCS.
Yo, facts.
Oh
I
my
told him to
God,
come.
Brian,
You got
did
that
not
Metro,
try
man. You
to-
gotta go in and come out.
I ain't heard Metro PCS in a minute.
Lisa Simone said that
She hear me now?
And
Is that better?
came at her. I don't agree
Yeah,
with
that's
how
better.
they came with her because
That's better?
if you're an entrepreneur,
Kimmy, what did you say? Repeat what you said.
Can you hear me?
B. Simone, the comedian,
Oh, they
said
can't hear
she
me? What the hell?
Yeah, I can
Yeah,
hear
we
you.
hear you.
B. Simone
Oh,
said
okay,
she
okay.
only dates entrepreneurs, and people got mad at her for saying that. She's an entrepreneur, and she has, and it's not even about the X amount of money that she has. She's an entrepreneur. She can come and go or whatever. She wants to date someone who has a similar like lifestyle that she has.
Understood, because I'm the same way.
Exactly.
There it is.
I'm making $100,000 a year, and you work at, I don't know, some type of reception job, and you're making $35,000 or even $40,000, and I'm like, yo, come on, let's go to Dubai. You can't go. You can't
That's
go.
a fact. That's a fact.
Problem.
That's
And
a fact, but I'm saying, like, yo.
Kimmy, you right
Hold on,
now
hold on,
are
hold on,
like
hold on, hold on.
preaching the word.
Wait
Like,
a
let me
minute,
tell
hold
you.
on. That's a
Date
fact what you
outside the
just
race.
said, right? That's a fact what you just said. But the thing is, flip it around. If you can't go, if you making $50,000, hold on. If you
let me
making
ask this question right quick. Is that woman encouraging?
yeah, but there's only so much encouragement you can do for a grown ass man.
What you mean? No, there's never so much.
That's what I mean.
There's never so much. That is never so much.
Yo, I gotta say,
that is never so much.
I don't have to
Just
say
like there's
nothing else.
never like look. They
Dude,
say
you have
there's
to be
never
a man constantly, and they get to turn it on and off however they. That's what I'm saying.
That's the problem.
You got to be a constant man no matter what, and the responsibility of a man with a family is to die for your family. Your wife, your kids,
even dating
they get to whenever.
Than her is already encouraging. Do you know what I'm saying?
Say it again. Hold on. I missed that, Kimmy. Say it again.
You guys are saying that men have to be men 24/7 and women get to do whatever, but she's dating someone that's making less money than her already. That's already saying something. Like, you know what I mean? It's not like she's trying to act like she's above, but she's dating someone that makes less than her.
Kimmy, it's a known fact around most men that women who make more money than us don't respect us. Period. Say it again.
You can't make that blanket statement though, bro.
Listen, dude, I understand it's a blanket statement, but a lot of us we hear the story, we know the people, I see it at work.
You can say this.
Let me give one example, right? And I see this a lot, right? I seen a relationship.
And women say it to your face.
Okay, wait. I seen a relationship where there was a teacher, and she is a PhD teacher, and she had 2 kids with this guy, and he couldn't keep a job really to save his life, right? But she maintained to try and hold it down. What it became the drain was the fact that she chastised his spirit all the time because she said she was able to do all of these things. And although it may be her way of encouraging him to go
inspiration,
there was no level of inspiration.
There won't.
That's what.
There won't no level of inspiration.
It sounds like I'm making blanket statements, but all of y'all have heard some similar stories, man. Like,
What I'm
It's
saying
just
is,
the nature of the
No, it
relationship
does
between
happen,
men
Nick.
and women. Men are supposed
does
to be the
happen.
providers. If you can't feel like you can live up to that, you're not going to even. Most men not even going to approach you because they don't want that embarrassment or
the thing is, you
disappointment.
have to understand that there's women like me who are traditional women, and then there's women who are not. So you just have to find someone that aligns with your values.
It's easy for you to say you have to fight because you're not doing the approaching and getting humiliated. I'm watching dudes getting humiliated by women, just like I told Sherry that story. That shit happened right next to. I was like, God, you don't have to do that. That
She
man
said,
was
tell
done for the
the
month.
story though, because he said
Man.
the
That
guy
man was
went to go
done for
approach
the
her.
month, Kimmy. He was done for them. Why should he have to go through that
The guy
over
went to go.
and
You
over
gotta tell
and
the
over and
story.
over
Tell
again?
the story.
Man.
Tell the story.
Oh yeah, I was at the food emporium in Gotham down on the downtown Brooklyn, and we just chilling. Anyway, this guy, you know, I mean, do you want me to go into the full details?
No. Basically, the story is he went to go approach the lady, and the lady said,
Not me. It was another guy. He went to
not
approach
him.
her.
He went to go
All right, go
approach
ahead.
the lady, and the lady said, "How do you like?" Not what was the exact words that she replied?
The lady said, "Now you know you're not supposed to be talking to me."
Oh wow! Shit.
What?
I was like, yo, everybody. We was like, yo, what
Damn.
his life was done. He was
And they
done
both
for
was
the
Damn.
black.
month.
They both were
He was
black.
done for the month. Like he not approaching no. What now, Kimmy? How do you justify that guy going
Damn.
and talking to another one and another one and another one and another one and another? How do you justify that?
First of all, I just want to say maybe this is not related.
Oh Jesus Christ! Never related. It's never related, son.
I am not defending it. But I'm saying maybe
Oh my Lord.
defending it. What I'm saying is, I know maybe this is unrelated, but when you said that this woman said that, this reminded me of, R.I.P. Kevin Samuels, how he be banging on shorties on his live, and y'all be
right.
Kimmy, have you ever watched an entire live of Kevin Samuels? Because it never starts off like
y'all
that.
be bashing
It
that guy,
never
man.
starts off.
launch. Did you not say this man called a woman Ja Rule and told she looked like Ja Rule?
Yeah, he
How did it get to that point? Nobody wants to know how it got to that
I
point.
remember how it got to that point. I remember how it got to that point.
Yeah, but
I
how
haven't
do you
even
feel
seen
how
that.
do you feel about him dating interracially? He wasn't down
Quran,
with dating
have you
black
seen
women.
how
He
it got to
dated-
that point?
I'm just I want to know about how you ladies feel. He's talking all this stuff to the ladies, but he dates outside the race. He doesn't even want to deal with black women. How do you feel about that?
I think first and foremost that he was thought provoking the community. That what will you do? What will you do if this is what's at stake? If this is the threat that is here, what will you do? Not
All
that you
Kevin
need to
Samuels
go.
did was he was a provocateur. That's all he did. He was a content creator who admittedly created content salacious content to evoke a reaction. Like, I'm not gonna give this man no type of depth.
Was he
No, I
speaking
mean he
from?
said that. No, he said that. Watch the Natasha K interview with him. And he explicitly said that. Like his whole goal was to create content to evoke a reaction. And as far as
hold on,
there's context to that though. The context to that is to thought provoke and thought shock.
Yo,
a
he's
community.
a shock to our system, and it was on both sides. He was not. He was even more brutal to the dudes. He was worse to the dudes.
I
You
don't
broke
really care
ass so
about
and so.
anybody
You
being
bum
worse. The
ass.
point is that this man was like, to me, he was an agent for division, and I personally
Oh
just
my
do
God,
not feel as
dude,
though.
Yo, that's why we can never say the truth. So like,
I know you
don't
can
ask
say
us.
the truth, but
Don't
he was
ask.
full of
But I'm
bias.
saying,
He
like,
was full of
don't ask
bias, though.
men. Don't ask men to be honest if
Okay.
our truth is restricted.
Nah, the truth is not restricted. He was speaking a lot of like falsehood. Like there were some things that it was just completely inaccurate.
Okay, like what? No, because I don't agree with everything he said. But like what?
When I find my notebook, I'm definitely tell you.
No, but you said he was speaking falsehoods because I personally have researched the things that he was on his life because I don't just take anybody for just what they say.
So
I go
hold
up
on,
and
Nick.
look at that.
Do you think I'm gonna get a lot of backlash for speaking my mind?
No,
But you
No,
want the
Karan,
smoke.
because
Karan,
no.
you want the smoke.
you
That's
you speak
different.
your
You
mind, but you have
you
people
you gonna get a
on
lot
a
of
platform.
publicity for speaking your mind.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Karan welcomes the smoke. That's a different kind of guy right there.
I
He's
do.
trying to make serious change and he don't mind rubbing the
Yeah.
wrong feathers. And I support you.
Man, look,
You know what I'm saying?
make that change, man.
Hold on. What you say?
Michael Jackson style.
Ron and Kevin Samuels is a big difference. This
A
man is
huge
here
difference.
be like,
Hold on, say it again. What's the big difference?
there is a big difference. Because, for example, if this
I'm asking, what did you say was a big difference? I missed
this
it.
was Kevin Samuels on the live, and I'm saying what I'm saying about dating up or whatever, he would have been like, "Oh, well, you don't like Ja Rule. You don't even have. You're a 7. You're a 6. You're what?" Like,
Yeah, that's
but that guy there, man. Look,
Kimmy. We are physical creatures. Like we're visually stimulated. You can't even the anatomy. You can't get it moving unless you're attracted to the female.
okay, but
And
attractive
people who can afford.
Do you understand that you can think that I'm a 3, and the guy above you, Dusty Proctor, can think that I'm a 20? Do you realize
That's
that?
a fact.
Oh, absolutely.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
100%.
Like,
That's the only thing. That's
But
the only thing.
here goes another thing, Kimmy, is that there are women that me, Karan, and everybody, and the majority of dudes are gonna look at like, yo, that's a 10, no matter what. No matter
I don't
our
know about that,
individual
bro.
preferences,
and then
there might be the type of woman.
I disagree. All right, so Neek,
no,
tell me,
no,
we gonna do it.
no. Keep it real. Keep it real.
No. We got
Keep it
enough
real,
men on the
Karan.
panel.
You gotta keep it real, man.
We got 4
Because,
dudes on the panel.
like,
We gonna get
at
some.
one point,
We
at
gonna
one point, you gonna be
Hold
on.
up.
No, he got a
We can
PC.
settle
He
this
got a
right now.
PC.
We can settle this right now,
He
to
got
be
a
honest,
PC.
because I know how Karan
There's guy
gratifies
code in
women,
there.
and to be quite frank, you know what I'm saying. I feel like he has a diverse palette. I kind of see what your type is, boo. but
I want him to point out the 10s that we all know.
But Large Pro,
have to
like
be celebrities.
there's a certain type of, even when it comes to men, there's certain types of men that women find attractive across. They might not go after it. They be like, but nah, yo, that's a good looking dude, no matter
That's
what.
a guy code. Yeah, that's a guy code.
No, but you said a 10.
Yeah, but nobody.
There's an outright guy code to this.
But I don't think anybody has ever said. I have never heard a woman say, "Oh, he's a 5, he's a 4. Oh, that's a 10."
Because
Usually they'll just say,
y'all don't judge us based on look. Y'all judge us based on bank account, man, money.
No. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about physical attributes. I do not believe that any person
Okay, let
really
me
just
explain
said,
why.
unless hold up,
That's different.
unless they say out the gate, "Oh, shawty is a 10," because they trying to like mimic after the Dream and his song. So they just go for the gusto. Anybody who's attracted, they say, "Oh, that's a 10." But I've never heard no man say, "Oh yeah, she's an 8. Wow,
That's
she
true.
fine,
That's
she
true.
an 8."
It don't work like that. It don't work like that.
Neek,
It
you
don't
know
work
me
like
and
that.
you wouldn't talk like she's an 8. We might say she's a 10.
Yo, but that's about
But
the thing is, we judge each other all the time, and we want to act like we don't make judgments. Like we
So you
can't
give
do that.
I
We
didn't
make
say that.
judgments all the time.
I've never look.
But Neek,
You give
but he's
you give
not
scorecard.
the beauty standard. He doesn't set the standard for beauty. Like when he says Sweetie is an 8 at best, but
No,
she's
he
a
said
6.
Sweetie was an adjustable 6.
Yeah,
that's what he said.
An adjustable 6. Like what the hell is that? Like who goes around saying
that
that?
means if you throw on makeup and do all this other stuff.
The reason why he gave
Who now?
The reason why he gave Sweetie adjustable 6 is because he was talking about including her personality. That's what the adjustable.
Always says don't include your personality just based off how you look in the mirror. What do you rate yourself? That's what I've literally heard this man.
No, yeah, he does say that.
Hold on.
As far as Sweetie in that
Wait a
conversation,
minute.
that's how we got
This is what I got from his rating scale, right? Which I think a lot of people constantly glossed over is that what women think men value, we don't. And they base on you should like me because I have X, Y, and Z. But it's like that's not what's valuable to me. And what's valuable to me, you don't have. And this is what every time. Oh, I'm making 6 figures. Oh, I got a PhD. I got 2 houses. Guys don't give a what?
Further than that, the point is that he said most 10s are messed up in here because the thing is they will come and they will say something like what they require, that 10 woman, and think that they are above the girl who is a 5. You're not.
Man.
You're not.
I think it's kind of twisted, man. I think it's
It is twisted. It's
you say
twisted.
that they want women that
I
are
understood
10s,
it.
but then no, not you, Shaq. I'm talking about his philosophy. Like I'm thinking about the way he,
I mean,
it's.
But remember, the man represented the top 10% of men. He
He
said
did not represent the top 10%.
No.
He did not represent.
Whoa. He
Really?
said,
Go
wait,
funny for
hold
a
on.
funeral. Okay.
He
That's
said
fake.
these
That was fake.
specific. Wait a minute, hold on. Let me break it down. He said a lot of the women were calling in, and he would ask the questions he always asks, and said, how much money is your man supposed to make? And they would always talk about the top 10%, 6 figures and above. And he's like, I know these men. These men want a very particular thing. And when he would describe it, they would realize that, I'm not that. But they still want that. Say it again?
No, so what is the thing they want?
When he would ask them, okay, how many kids do you want? Oh, 2. How much does it cost to do that? So you want a man making $100,000 to $300,000 to take care of 3 kids in XYZ state, right?
Is that realistic though? Is that realistic though?
But that's what he would tell them. That's what he would tell them. He's like, what is the chances of you finding this man?
What are your what's your perspective, Karan?
Between two people, that's realistic.
He was not the standard. He was not the standard.
There you go.
He was not the standard of most men. That's elite. He may have some similarities with other men, how they think. But like I said on the Kevin Samuels episode, we talked about him. Yep. If you look at some of these so-called high-value men, just look at their wives.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not trying to judge no man's wife, so I'm not going to say any names. But when you look at how these top 10%.
Yeah, but that ain't the real world, man.
Omari,
but that's what I'm saying.
That's not the real world.
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's me here.
His wife is a 2 at best, number 1.
We're talking about no.
Omari
We said that Kevin Samuels.
We
said that Kevin Samuels his view represents the men of 10. No, it doesn't. It's his view. Everyone, my point in saying that is the whole look scale is subjective, so there's no universality on that anyway.
Dude, there are women in this world that we all could look at and agree on.
I read 50 Cent's book. He says that he'd rather deal with a woman that may not be a 10, so to speak. He didn't use that phrase, but let's use the Kevin Samuels beauty scale. He said he would rather deal with a woman that has a better personality.
I agree.
One that has some sort of drive, something that he could build with. While
I agree.
other guys might just want a woman.
Cuban link ain't ugly though.
But when he say 10,
that's a good point.
When he say 10, is he talking about the way they look, or is he talking about their pockets?
So no, he goes.
Why would he even talk about their pockets?
Many different things. The preface is this is what she thinks about herself. He's not giving them the grade. This is what you give yourself, right? And then based off of that, now we're going into deeper part of the conversation as to who you are in here, right?
There you go.
Asking these questions, you're saying you want this thing. Your mouth doesn't even align with your actions, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's the proof in the pudding. Because if you're saying you want these things, right? And the kinds of man, does that man want you?
Exactly.
Right.
He might.
Because you could get it. If you could get it.
Yo, Karan, you playing devil's advocate right now.
No, Neek, I'm telling you, I'm looking at what is going on in this world.
Okay, but
when we pull up the pictures of some of these guys' wives, I'm not even the super celebrities. I'm talking about the guys that makes $500K,
right,
$400K. I'm not trying to call no one, ugly, whatever.
I understand, brother.
Me, it's completely subjective.
Right.
But I'm talking about if you want to make this a universal scale to represent so-called high-value men, dude, there's no scale, bro. Now, the problem with these women, and one thing I can agree with is that they don't have that network.
The wives of those men are not that attractive? Is that what you're saying?
Say that again?
You're saying the wives of those high-value men, the 300,000, the non-celebrities, their wives are not that attractive?
I'm not saying
they
all
are.
of them. I'm saying that there's a mixed bag.
But I'm
gonna
saying
see something that you're gonna be like, huh?
But don't forget
something that's gonna be like, okay.
The part where they may not be attractive is he said that unless they started in the mud with you, basically on the court shooting free throws with you, that's how that happens.
And not to not to mention, some of these women have accepted certain
That's a good point, Sherry.
stepping out of the marriage of these men because they're comfortable. This happens.
What'd you say?
You remember, like, the part where he talks about, like, some women know that their husband is cheating, but they'll mind their business because they're comfortable with the lifestyle he provides. I'm not for that. I'm not
and you know why? And you know why? And you know why? Because that woman brings nothing to the table.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't even
He
say
jumped out there, boy. Okay, Dusty.
That's a great point.
that is okay. The thing that I would say too, bringing stuff to the table, where that conversation in our community is like women, I have not heard anything as far as like value being brought to the table in a conversation. Like, teach me,
Sarah, you're gonna get
what I
canceled,
should
Sarah.
be doing. What else can I say? What else can I say? This is all I can say. I don't have my grandmother. My great grandmother was the last person to teach this value. There's not this generation, right? So who am I looking to learn this?
That's
Like,
a fact.
what I should be
Fact.
bringing to the table, how I should be doing these kinds of things to keep, and secure my family.
We don't have these examples. We don't have these examples. We got music from Jamie Foxx. She got her own. You know what I'm saying? Influencing and
that's
pushing
called
the narrative.
pandering. That's called pandering for dollars. You know,
I mean, but it
that's y'all the biggest
influences
market in
culture.
America.
Listen, we're not gonna act like hold on. We're not gonna act like pop culture doesn't influence the people. But this is what we're dealing with, though. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with you on that.
So my whole thing is like, I think it's just a unanimous situation.
We got Dusty over here talking about 50 the new 35. 50 the new 50.
Launch, how are you
Launch Pro, where you at?
I'm right here.
You don't switched up on me. You see how you doing? You see how you doing me? You switching up on me. You switching up on me.
Oh,
you switched up on me again. You see how you do me?
I got you next time, bro.
But you see how you're standing tall. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You standing tall with your man, right?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And you got your man on the double-edged sword right now.
How?
You know what I'm saying?
How?
You feel me?
Oh,
you got him on a double-edged sword right now, but at the same time, because you got to look at it from a man's side and a woman's side. You see what I'm saying? But
Dusty, we're not important, bro. Like, understand that.
No, we're very
we're
important.
not considered.
But they are important too, though.
No, I'm
You know
not
what I'm
saying they're not. I'm not saying a woman is not. I think a woman is vitally important to the community and family, of course. But I'm saying we don't seem to be that important. What we want, what we think, it doesn't seem to hold any weight anymore.
I feel that way. Do you? Okay. I think I'm going to just say that truthfully.
I'm just gonna head and apologize in advance for all my statements.
No, don't ever do that.
No, I'm saying I really feel like when you say things like that, like I know you think that it triggers me. I don't think it triggers me. I just feel bad for who you are around. Like
you see the lack of accountability, bro. It's never anything. It's always like, it's your
because to be honest,
it's something wrong with you.
What you're saying, Nick, honest to God, is like alien to my ears.
Get your
because like
Kimmy and Launch, are we holding our other women in our category accountable?
Okay, so like accountable, like when you say, okay, so check that.
Hold on, I'm going mute.
All right. So as far as like holding other women accountable, what exactly do you mean? Like how they navigate and how they perform in their relationships towards their men?
Their views, yes, that and their period. No matter what. If you see a flaw, are you going to speak on it?
I definitely have. She
does. You need to go on her Facebook. Like she.
What is the flaw?
So the women, the type of women that Nick is talking about, they exist. Have you personally had these conversations with those kind of women?
Yo, yes.
I definitely had these conversations before with these type of women. Like,
And
you
what
know,
was the result of that?
a lot of arguing, which made me deactivate my account like 7 times in 1 month. Like,
So that
you know,
means, but hold on, but Lonstro,
wait,
that is where the rubber meet the wheel for
You said
most
on
men.
your you said on your account.
Yeah, man, like I get exhausted.
Yo, Dusty,
Like,
I already see where you're
by
going, Dusty. Go ahead, man.
me having conversations, you know what I'm saying, with people, because you know I conduct business on social media, so in a way I feel like it's a ball and chain situation. However, you know, for me dealing with people that think that there's, you know, like a virus at the end of a Q-tip, you know what I'm saying, to
possibly,
the other extreme, right? To the other extreme of, oh, you know, men ain't kaput. You know what I'm saying? I deal with the whole gamut, and I've been in like real heated discussions with
She
other
goes
women
in,
on
man.
their views. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Just
I agree, but Lonstro, I'm saying that is the.
I was gonna say to that, and there's the thing. This is what I feel like we owe our community, right? Beyond us just owing our community to do that. Again, we're at the head. Let's look beneath this. We talked about this last episode when I said the parenting, right? Now, the woman who may be doing this such said behavior that Neek pointed out, if we're not holding that woman accountable while she's parenting also, the cycle continues, right? But looking down there is like, I need a prospect for my daughter, and we live in this community. I live where I live right now. And if we don't leave, right, the son or the young man that is my daughter's age coming out of a household like that, we literally have to leave our community for her to get a match. Why?
Thank you. So
Okay, so first of all, I want to say, because Dusty said, "Oh, on your social media." Like, I don't know if you were trying to allude to the fact that maybe we should do it in real life. The problem is, like what I think what Launch was saying, because what I'm saying
I don't
is,
talk to people in real life. So I don't have this problem.
not only do I not interact with a lot of people, but the people that I interact with,
yeah. I mean, like my whole thing is interacting and like how many you interact with, you know.
No, the women
But
that
Kimmy, what is your experience with that? When you interact with those specific type of women, what is your takeaway from that? What is the interaction like?
So again, for me, it was also on Facebook, which I've stopped doing. I've really only posted.
So was it negative? Was it positive?
It was argumentative because.
So it's negative.
Right, because as a Black community, like I said, from slavery days,
Mm-hmm.
from what they have done to us, we've been taught to gravitate towards this type of ratchet behavior.
Okay, hold on. I'm just trying to paint a little picture here. So, but you're a heterosexual woman.
Mm-hmm.
We're heterosexual men. We have to deal with that if we want a Black woman. You don't have to. You could just have the conversation.
That's
Fuck
like
it, I'm done.
that's like me saying I have to deal with broke Black men. No, I don't.
No, that's not what I'm. No, come on, you're conflating two things. That's not what I'm saying at all. You listen. Our challenges as male and female are two different things. You have a finite amount of time to marry somebody and produce children and family if that's what you wish. As if that's what you wish. I have more time than you to select the female. Yeah. I have way more time nature provided until I die to pick a woman. Our challenges are different. You don't have to pick. You have to pick the best guy that you can attract for you to make sure your life and your children, your offspring is secure and financially provided for.
So date outside
I have
your
to
race.
pick the most viable, fertile candidate, right? Who's going to cooperate and probably listen to the plan that I have laid out, or lay out the plan. And if she says I'm with this, that she's going to stick with it.
Right. Can I talk to her really quick? Because real quick, and I don't mean to make this a woman's platform real quick, but I do need to say there's so much behind the conversations that we have to have with each other. Because let me tell you, the stereotype that we're saying we don't want to be attached to us is attached to us because of this, right? And so if I'm having this conversation with you and I'm loving on you, the image that you're putting out, sweetie, is making it hard for all of us across the board. Right? The image that you're putting out,
The image that I'm putting out. What's
No,
the
not
image?
No,
you.
I'm
Not
saying the
you.
women that
Women
you're
in
not
general.
holding
Black women in general.
accountable, right? Like she was saying before, the women you
Okay,
don't hold accountable.
Well, how else? What else do you want me to do other than tell them that the way they're behaving is
Hold
unacceptable?
the mirror up and don't let the mirror drop.
But
got the
listen,
energy
but
for
listen,
that.
But
but
Shelly,
what I'm
that's a
saying is
result
that
of us
what
not
I'm
having a
saying is that
community.
if you
So
have a
we don't have
son,
those.
these are the
that type
same
of-
offspring your son has to pick from. So it's not gonna be me, it's gonna be you in the
You
position
know what?
your
You
son's
know
coming.
what? Like I just had a light bulb moment real quick.
Uh-oh.
And now I could kind of see where you're coming from, Meek. For some reason, my brain started mulling over, you know, like what it was like to date when you were younger, and the fact that like your financial aptitude wasn't really in the picture, or like a woman could, a young woman could kind of work with you if you made a certain income because you were just getting your life started.
Right.
But then now, when that man gets older, with his age, not necessarily in this current bearish market that we're in, like this current state of the economy, it doesn't necessarily mean that a man, as he progresses in age, actually gains more financial liquidity, right?
Right.
So
We're
what happens
budgeters.
is there's like a slowdown effect between a man's age and what his income is looking like. And then when you have a dating pool that's kind of competitive, you know, you got women who have these accolades because we've been kind of molded. We bought the college ticket.
Yep.
We went to
Prioritize
college.
education over
We
family.
prioritize education, and by doing so, our income has increased vastly,
Mhm.
right? And so we have these, I guess, like embellishments to us where we think we deserve a financially fit man. So that's like, so now that's kind of the
It's a bottlenecking.
view that we're coming. Yeah, it is a bottleneck.
It's a bottlenecking. So
So I
only
get
10% of men have access to the majority of women because the women at that level, their standards equate to the 10%.
right.
So then
I
the
can kind of see.
90%. Uh-huh.
I love
I
y'all
can
making my
kind of
case. I love it.
see
Continue.
where you're coming from in a way. If I'm
And I'm
just
not,
looking at things from a like broad sociologic
so
perspective.
hold on. This is what I'm saying. It's not, and I don't think it's necessarily wrong, but the timing is horrible.
Mm-hmm.
You don't do it when he's at the A. You do it when a man with a plan is a powerful thing.
Mm-hmm.
A man with a plan is a powerful thing.
Right.
I mean, not
I agree with that.
dreams.
I agree with that.
I'm talking about a man who, you look at and he's dead ass. Like he on his purpose. He doing what he got to do. He's meeting his markers. That's the guy you get
And
attached to.
a woman with a drive, gonna make that man even more crazier.
What? Yo, preach,
Right.
bro. Yo, listen. A feminine, supportive woman will make a man freaking crush a mountain to powder for her.
Mm.
But that's not what we see when we look out. That's what I'm
I'm
trying
looking
to
at.
stress.
I'm on it right now.
Hey, there you go, Dusty. Hey, look
You
at
get
how
me?
he built that with his
You
hands.
get me? We looking at it right now. You know what I'm saying? We
Yeah.
looking at that shit right now. Like,
So when you say like a feminine woman, okay, so
Come on,
these archetypes, yo,
Lawrence. It's not about slavery. It's not about super submission.
I'm
It's
not
about a
even thinking
woman that
about that.
makes you
Listen,
feel like a man.
it's like you assume that I'm thinking of something.
No, because of what you said prior to. You were talking
No.
about super
Well,
submissive women.
that was in a prior discussion. No, that was in the context of other women and how they perform in their relationships, and it's like a real thing. Like it's not an idea. It's a real thing.
I
But
know.
as far as like how we're defining femininity to you, like what are the attributes? I want you to name 5 attributes, right?
And
Of a feminine woman. Like, what does that mean when you say that a woman is feminine? What does that mean to you?
Be careful, Nick.
5
I know.
attributes.
First of all, I know this is a landmine of a question, man. You know,
No, it's not.
Hey,
It's not a
look,
landmine. I just really want. No, it's not a landmine. I actually want to know because I'm gonna be completely transparent.
Look,
These
look,
dialogues of
4.
like
It got to be.
femininity
It got to be 4. It got to be 4.
and what femininity is sometimes makes me. It's like the word femininity is othered. So I almost feel as though like I gotta be questioning myself. Like, am I feminine? Because it's become this othered thing. So and it's just so. And what I'm saying is, it's so like evasive.
No, I'm gonna define both for you because I think what you're saying is important.
I need 5
I think. Listen, I got you. I got you.
It got to. So Lawrence Pro, it got to be 5, man. Give him 4.
Why?
I'm not. I just want 5 solid attributes.
No, because set's gonna be 1. So eliminate that one.
Listen, man, but I'm not even gonna do that because I'm gonna focus on
flowers
the
and candy and taking you out and all of that. There got to be 1. There got to be another one. That got to go.
I'm gonna say to my personal view, my personal opinion when it comes to femininity and what I look for is especially if a woman understands learns you. A woman learns the uniqueness of the man that she's dealing with. That's high because we gotta understand y'all as well. So being supportive, not passively supportive, not like. Anyway, let me just stick to the characteristics.
Wait, hold on, real quick. Hold on. Let me try to help you out.
You dead on.
You said we both have to be that way. So
share
but I'm saying
that technically wouldn't be a feminine characteristic.
Right. That's
hold on.
just.
Now hold on. I understand. Let me clarify.
Okay, like,
let me clarify.
Let him get it out because I really want to know, like for real.
I'm saying when I say especially about the learning each other, it's important, but we don't receive that anymore. We don't receive that. I can count on one hand the amount of ladies I've actually been with who knew me on a unique level, knew my love for aviation, knew my love for engineering and the sciences, and the corny nerdy things like Star Trek and all that, actually knew what I liked in that realm. Like everything was just superficial. Like, okay, your birthday, here you go, something cologne. Okay, that's cool. Appreciate it, sweetie. Love it. But somebody to take the time to really learn who you are and vice versa, that's important. And I think that's a fact. That's definitely something you need, especially if you're supposed to quote unquote bring the bacon home.
Yeah, but is that a feminine quality? Is that a feminine?
Because we do it in different ways. What I'm saying
is that just a relationship characteristic?
You know what? We do it in different ways. We do it in different ways, Launch Pro. Like the technique has to be feminine. The man's technique.
And what is the technique? I want to know. I want to get to the nitty gritty. Like, what is the technique? What's the execution of femininity?
When your man comes home, what is he coming home to? Is he coming? Can she provide a peaceful household for him to restore himself?
Okay, and what is it more? Is it
more nagging?
And that peaceful household.
But that's where that unique learning comes in. What is peaceful to him?
Mm-hmm. But Nick, that might go both ways because if she's working too. And she may work more hours than you or come home later than you, and you might be home before her.
Right.
What is she coming home?
This is why I was saying we can't call it femininity, right? We're just gonna say husband and wife attributes.
No, but there are certain things that's feminine about a woman.
Sherry, I agree with you.
Yes.
That's what I'm trying to understand. What is this femininity complex? Because there's so much talk about femininity that I'm like, I'm not feminine.
So what about?
It's not a real thing.
So what about the unsolicited, argumentative pushback when it comes to certain topics?
Meaning?
Like what?
What?
No, I'm saying like when you like look at like Launch Pro, right?
To be quiet, be careful. Like stop prefacing stuff.
No, I'm saying like when we talk, like I'm saying the nature of when you talk to somebody, right?
Yeah.
Like some people, like I've heard this, it feels like you arguing with another dude instead of your lady. You understand? Like it's just aggressive, like how a dude would talk to you.
Listen, I completely understand because I don't like to argue. I don't like the
Right.
argumentation. I feel
But
like
that's
you
not a
should be able to
feminine
talk.
trait.
You know what is a feminine trait? Inspiration. I have not really seen or received inspiration more so from men. I have been inspired by men, but I get the gist of that from women more than men. Men are for structure. And I will say that that is a masculine power. A lot, the structure dynamic, the strategy is a husband role or whatever.
That's the start of it. That's the start of it.
But I can help you to maintain. And so
that's the beginning of it.
Right.
There was this girl at Footprints
hold on, Nate. I think that's a good topic right there. Maybe we should think about this a little more and discuss it later. The feminine roles.
Yeah, like what is femininity? Yeah, you're right. Because I actually had this other topic in mind, babe, where we could like a battle of the sexes kind of thing. You know what I'm saying?
But yeah, I'm gonna be
I think that's a good topic.
I'm gonna be absent on that.
There's a guarantee.
You down. We up.
There's a
right
guarantee.
Now, you couldn't name the 5.
I didn't even get a chance to. I was trying to name the 5.
Nick, man, I tried to warn you, bro.
Listen,
you were struggling.
I wasn't struggling. I was getting I couldn't get it out. Like I was stuck.
Come on.
She trying to
couldn't even save yourself. That's crazy.
What's up, That's Love?
She set it up. She tried to
with the little blowers and everything.
Look. You know how I love to say Proverbs 31, right? I can pull 10 things out of Proverbs 31 that makes wife quality. We're not gonna go on femininity.
No. Nailed it. Go ahead. Tell me. I want to hear it.
I want to hear it.
Wait.
All right.
No, we're gonna say. Could we save that? Because we
at
the 4-hour mark.
Yeah,
I told you we was gonna hit 4 hours again, man. I told you.
You can't hear nothing. What?
That ain't fair,
4-hour mark.
That ain't fair,
man.
We're
gonna pause that.
Kimmy, are you upset with me, Kimmy?
That's not fair, man. We ain't but 10 minutes behind. That wouldn't mind if she get.
We going on 4 hours.
She could go over. She could give me 10 minutes to tell me.
10 minutes.
We can't do 10 more minutes. We got to
I got to hear this.
Down because we had 2 topics. We kind of drifted on the second one, but that's cool. But she's gonna come back. She's gonna pull out her Proverbs.
Look, that is a need. I need to hear this.
There's a need.
You know what I'm saying? Because when you talking about Proverbs.
Sherry, please.
Sherry, that's a challenge.
I can't hear.
Please,
when you start saying words like Proverbs, I got to hear this.
Yeah,
I would love for you to expound on this next week if you can, because honestly, I think it's a necessary conversation to have. I know personally the pressures that I felt just off of hearing the word femininity and what is that performance, because I think that just naturally I am a feminine creature, you know what I'm saying? But when you hear it, like when you hear think pieces around this, you know, it like I said, it others the topic, so you no longer identify with being feminine, but rather some type of archetype that is based on other people's opinions of what it means. Like, shut the hell up when the man is talking. Make sure the place is clean. Like, what is that?
I think them days are over.
I'm not saying that that's what you're talking about.
I didn't even get to finish.
I'm not saying that that's what you're talking about. What I'm saying is these are the messaging that comes across.
No wonder Karan was trying to save me.
Various parts of media. So I really want, I like the topic of what makes a great wife and what makes a great husband, rather than having dialogues of like masculinity and femininity, because I feel like
that is the entry point, though. That's
we both constitute both energies if we're gonna label them and say, you know, women have leadership characteristics, men have listening characteristics. You know what I'm saying? Women are able to you know, take orders or whatever the case is. Men are able to execute orders. I think it's just a symbiotic balance between two human beings, man.
So you
And
don't
like
think it leans one way or the other?
retrospectively speaking, man, like if I'm
You
gonna
said
look at this,
retrospectively speaking?
yeah, retrospectively speaking, if I'm
Uh-huh.
gonna just go by the science of things, I would say that the primary distinction between a man and a woman is just like, you know, their anatomical differences and physical strength. You know, as far as like how to label a man's mentality versus a woman's mentality and the performance of such, that is based on social constructs. And
Wow, Launch, you
realistically
just
speaking,
taking over my
Wow.
whole presentation next
I
week.
disagree.
Oh
man,
my
how am I
goodness.
doing that?
Look. There's two
Listen, this is at the
examples.
4-hour mark.
Launch is a
There's
thundercat.
there's two
What
examples,
happened?
though.
I'm just flowing.
We have
I'm
to,
just
because you're a
Yeah.
flowing.
science advocate, so that's what your perspective is going to be like that. But look,
And she
so
doing
look,
it. She doing it right
we
though.
at the, we at
I
the
feel like
4-hour mark.
We
Come
are
on,
both
guys.
science heads, babe. So
We're gonna go around the room. We're
Yeah.
gonna use final words because I know we
Okay.
got work, we got responsibilities, we got
right.
doctor's appointments, right, Lunch, early in the
That's a
morning.
fact. Yeah, for the
So we're
baby.
gonna go around the room, and we could start with Sherry. We go to Trav, and then we go around like that. So let's go, Sherry.
All right, cool.
Uh,
The end to end this off, whether the person wants to date racially outside of their race or not, look for the benefit. If this person can benefit your community still, can you guys benefit each other's communities? Are you going to be, you know, what it is, whatever it is that you're looking for in the end goal in your life and your community, let it go and be beneficial for the masses in that way. Our lives are not our own lives. So my position after hearing all of this stuff, I still am pro-black, and I'm still going to do my whole, you know, in my race thing. But if you're going to do that, make sure it still benefits you, because you know we come good the way that we are already. So how are you benefiting me, and how am I benefiting you? That's it.
good point. Good point. Let's go, Trav. You got anything to say?
Yeah. I think as a people, we need to stop worrying about stuff that don't even matter. You know, I think, you know, as black people, we worry about race too much sometimes, to where our emotions get involved too much, and we make dumb decisions sometimes, or we tend to give people passes who don't deserve it simply because of race, or somebody can't say anything because of race or whatever. You know, I asked somebody, you know, if somebody shot your brother that was white, and they killed him, would you be upset? Yeah, I said, if somebody was black and they killed your brother, would you be upset? And I asked them, well, what's the difference because the killer was black or white? And then
it
it don't
doesn't
matter.
matter.
Good
Yeah,
point.
so, you know, I think
Strong.
we should be more pro-good than pro-black. Is my personal opinion. I think that's why our people is self. I feel like a lot of times we worry about the wrong stuff, and we never get nothing accomplished. I ain't saying don't love your people or don't deal with your people, but I think sometimes we worry about it too much. Is what I'm saying. And we end
That's
up
a good
doing dumb
point.
things like voting for Joe Biden and stuff like that, because we worry about race too doggone much. But
Right.
I'm good. Everybody be good.
No doubt, Trav.
No doubt, Trav, man.
Kimmy, what about
Go ahead,
you?
Dust Love. Your turn, Dust Love. What you got to say?
I mean, my whole thing is share like. I see it. I mean, like, I'm on this show. I've been on this show for the second time. I see that. You know what I'm saying? That's a prime example of it. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, like me and you, we talk all the time. So I understand your dreams, and I see the push in your dream in Launch Pro. And she done changed her name and all that, but you know, and
He
I'm
has
yet
many
to see
names.
her in years and all of that. But you know, it's a prime example right here. So, you know, share and share alike, whether I make more or she make more or whoever make more. You know what I'm saying? There's got to be some push somewhere. You know what I'm saying? You find somebody, yo, that's still on the same shit, and he ain't trying to go no further than, or she ain't trying to go no further than, whatever, and just leave them. That's how I see it.
Okay.
Leave them alone. It's simple.
Okay. I feel you. Good words of wisdom. So, Kimmy, last words. Kimmy's a trooper.
I just feel that I still feel that we should date within our race because I am very pro-Black, and being pro-Black, you are preoccupied with the economic and I guess socio-economic development of your community, and you cannot be preoccupied with that if the person that you are procreating with is not a Black person. So that's why I'm like that. You know what I mean? And also, like, fundamentally at the core, it's too different there for it to work for me, in my opinion. And then as far as everything else that we were saying, when we brought up Kevin Samuels and like hypergamy and stuff like that, like Black people really don't even have a true definition of class within the community because our socioeconomic status is really skewed. You know what I mean? So, like I said before, the hypergamic dating scene is really for white people to do. We can't even do it because I agree with Neek, the top 10% of men in that rich whatever category doesn't fall in the Black community. You know what I mean? So we can't even date hypergamically. I don't know. I'm making up words at this point, right? We can't even.
No, it's just hypergamy. That's all.
I think that when we do date, truthfully, what I look for, yes, in our big age, we shouldn't be dating broke because, like Lawrence said, we're not in high school anymore. That was high school stuff. But truthfully, you got to look for a man and a woman that has great character, not just potential, but great character, great values, because men and women like that aren't going to be broke anyway, truthfully. They're not. You're going to have ambition. That's the word I look for.
Ambition.
Right.
As long as you have ambition and ability, you ain't going to be broke. Ambition.
Right.
Ambition, you can't date me. You have to have
right.
That was it.
I
I
love it.
respect it. So go ahead. You know what? Let's go to Neek.
Oh, me.
Yeah, your final words, man. Got to say.
I think all of our individual opinions is reflective of the canvas of the dating market. And like we make some very good points which we all agree on, and then we make some points where we have very polarized different views, and that's literally reflective of the dating market. Should that make us date outside our race? I think we're going to always fall or trend towards human tendencies, man. We're going to do whatever's in our best interest.
Right.
Most of us are going to do what's in our best interest. Maybe some of us might, hold a flag and stay the course, which is, noble, but human survival is a strong instinct for any human being. And that doesn't just stop at life or death. It's going to go into the dating market. If you really, really want to be married, you're going to go where you have the highest probability of doing so, wherever that might be. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if, because of what Launch Pro said, Kimmy brought up some great points, and Sherry did as well. And it's like, of the problems and the hurdles we face. Yeah, I don't see how our community is going to survive all of that in time to catch up to the global economy, to catch up to the global family and be competitive if some extreme measures aren't taken. But honestly, I think that we're going to trend towards human nature of doing what's in our personal best interest, because there is no community.
Yeah. Hey, wait.
There you go.
Kimmy and Launch Pro. We need to do a woman's platform that talks on this.
Oh,
So
Karan, it's over. It's over.
I totally agree. Like it would be really good if we can do like an edition on Mature Topics podcast where we have more women, you know what I'm saying, on the panel to discuss like different issues that affect us succinctly. I think that would be very interesting as well. That could be a theme.
I'm for it, and I'll moderate it.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. Because he's the relationship guy. He's the ladies guy anyway. You know what I'm saying? My boo thing.
I'm not the ladies guy. I'm the relationship guy.
That ain't fair, man. That's not fair, man.
Trap, Karan. You navigated that beautifully, sir. You did a good job on navigating that trap.
I just live with my truth.
Listen, it's not a trap, man. We got a fun, loving relationship,
Launch
man.
Pro, I saw you done set up some landmines for me tonight. I've seen all of them.
I told you,
seen all of them.
Stay out of that last
I'm
one.
telling you, man, I don't know how you do it, man. You need a book. You need to put out a book.
Like a chess player that doesn't play chess. But go ahead, Launch. Let's close this out, Launch. I know you got a lot to say.
No, I actually don't. This was a spirited conversation. I'm just blessed to be here with you guys, sharing and in this think tank. Definitely excited for next week. Let's continue exploring these topics, man, maturely and respectfully always. And until next time, man, I'm taking it right back to you, boo.
Yes. So I just want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. To the couple of people that's still here in the YouTube chats. I appreciate it. We could definitely and Facebook. We growing the show. This is like, well, it's technically the 4th episode, right, babe? But this is the 3rd Mature Topics podcast. I gotta start numbering these things.
Yeah.
So on here, this is the place where we could agree to disagree respectfully. We don't have, this is not an echo chamber. None of those things. We had some trolls. Hopefully, we don't get banned from YouTube like last week. That was crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, we got banned from YouTube.
So at the same rate, you think you can run two screens at one time? Can you also run this on Instagram?
That would be really
if I were
dope.
to do that, it would be. I'm not sure if I'm able to do that. I could do that.
I know people that
on
do
my phone.
in Facebook.
Yeah, but which software is it? Because we're using StreamYard. So like, what?
No, there's no
is that?
software for IG. IG is its own monster.
No, what
You
about
gotta be on your
Facebook?
phone.
Because people do YouTube and Facebook at the same time. A lot of them.
Yeah, we have it
that's
on
what we're
Facebook.
doing.
Yeah,
We're
it's
on-
streamed on
we're
Facebook.
and YouTube. So so as far as IG, maybe I might go live. I've never been live on IG before.
You have to, because you know why? I was going to say that income or the following, so the algorithm for how many people are actually on that particular social media and how you can come up. You can pull pieces from that Instagram live and create a reel, right? Getting it out there is going to, that algorithm is a massive, like I put out a video that I have 6,000 views on. I'm like, oh shit, that's freaking crazy. Right.
Yeah.
So
Come on. Maybe we can set up another phone. You know what I'm saying? Another device or a tablet.
Yeah, it's a way to do it.
On a tripod where you're just like live. So you're approaching, because I've seen people do it. They just have multiple devices.
Push them to go to YouTube.
Push them.
That's where you're really gonna get the money for real. So push them with the clips or whatever. Take a part of this.
Right. Yeah. Love
I'm
it.
just super busy. Like I wanted to turn these shows into clips because we got a lot of between this episode and the last episode. It's a lot of clips. So
the inspiration.
Inspiration. So don't be surprised if you guys are on some cool clips though.
Nick,
we do got
that's an inspiration right there, man.
Carrie and Launch are feminine women based on the fact that they just did some inspirational thing for Karan over here. Is that a feminine trait?
That push.
I'll give you that one. So, but I just want to say this. When we talk about the two topics tonight, to close out on these two topics, I already explained the Black community. I think I kind of nailed that one out the park.
Sherry, tell them about what we was thinking about. She didn't tell you
about what?
You think about like I'm saying, like we were thinking about also doing a show about the solutions, because we always
Is
talk
there a
about
black community? But no.
right the solutions.
Y'all said no.
Yes.
Because we talk about
We
like
talk
what we're
about the
doing
problem.
here, but like what are the solutions? We identify the problems. We know what the issues are. What are the solutions? What steps can be taken to actually further those who want to actually build back a community or help those who want help, who don't know that they need help,
Right.
but actually want help? Where can we send them? We all have networks. I think all of us have some decent networks. I myself, when I come across those who do want, I know how to point them. I know where to point them, just to get the foot going, the ballroom.
But I will say really quickly too. Kimmy and Launch have touched on this. How you talk to someone who is against your idea is very critical to shifting. So, like for instance, even the person who says, "Oh no, I could never date a man, who's making under this amount of money," right? I will still love on you, right? Because I will tell you what you're missing out underneath here, what's going on under here too, right? And there is a shift. You have to just focus on the shifting. I get that that's your view, ma'am or sir or whatever.
Mhm.
And then the context behind it is how we need to choose our words wisely. We're in a culture right now, or in an area right now where we feel that we don't need to sugarcoat. That's overused and abused. Yes, you need to choose your words wisely for this person, for this society. You need to be careful and really think before you speak. Because anyone can have that person write off a whole idea, not just you, write off a whole category.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
So
I'm
as far
glad
as
you
the
said.
solutions
I'm
part,
glad that you said that. I'm
Right.
glad that you said that.
as far as solutions, like what do you mean? Like during the week while we're talking about the topic, to
We're
have
No, I'm saying
solutions?
doing a solution, just having this conversation. This is one
Yeah.
solution.
Because I
no,
was
I'm
thinking
saying
that.
like tonight we're discussing about should we date outside the black community? Okay, cool. We've established various reasons why some guys do, some ladies do. Cool. Now let's discuss the reasons. Let's discuss what is making us leave our black community and seeking relationships elsewhere outside of just you met some guy in college, he happened to be white. I'm talking about the excuses or the reasons that some guys and girls give themselves for leave. Let's talk. So what can we do instead to reverse that process when it comes to hypergamy? Okay, great. So women rather wait to finish college, get in their career, and then look for a spouse. What can be more enticing for a woman to actually begin that process with somebody rather than wait till you reach an age and a stage in life where you're outperforming your male counterparts and they no longer seem appealing to you because they can't provide you with the lifestyle that you want to have.
Right.
And
Okay.
things like that. When it comes to careers, what can we do in that field? Like actual things that people can actually go do the next day, not hopes and this, but actually like, yo, you go down to the city, take a test, homie. You ain't got no job. You work in a Dunkin', go to the city. They have tests this day for that. Get you a job, get some benefit. Next step, can we educate you? Does the city give tuition reimbursement? What are you interested in? You want to do something with your hands? You want to do something with your mind? You want to do some let's give people actual things instead of just
And
discussing.
can we make trading? Can we make trading a basic?
Damn.
Can we make that basic? That at any given
I
time,
agree.
you only got $900. Can you flip some of that? Can you make some money as a basic thing? This is not something that has to be so far fetched. Everybody should know how to trade. The money is being made off of us. Why can't you make the money off yourself?
But they should. You're right. They should. But the thing is, this
Traders
is something
in the
that was
house?
not taught.
What?
This is something that's not that wasn't given to us or was withheld intentionally
But
because
let's
the power.
normalize that. Let's normalize
But
that.
that's what we discussed. That's what I really want to
We
think that
behind
people
on
can
that.
actually do.
We behind on
So
that.
going forward, so we'll focus more on solutions during the topics. And as far as the interracial dating, you already know my stance. I feel like not that you should look to date outside your race because you feel your race is trash, I think that's the wrong perspective. I think
Do
that
too.
if you're opening yourself up to find some type of real love and you're out there courting and someone from the opposite race happens to approach you and you happen to find yourself to be attractive to them, I'm just saying that consider dating. I'm not saying that you should just go out there looking for that, guys from the outside sex. I think
And that
that
may be
allow it to,
fine. I said that may be fine, but also too, the perspective is everything. Earlier I was saying, the perspective that a lot of independent Black women have in our community will be the complaint role. The shift of perspective. Men have more of a happy-go-lucky thing when it comes to, crushing a mountain into powder for you, right? And they will happily go and do dangerous jobs to provide for their family. Women who are in this category of making the amount of money have the perspective of, oh my God, I have to pay all of these bills by myself. I got to make sure that the kids' tuition is paid. And it's not that you have to do these things. If we can't develop the perspective that I get the opportunity to do this and have a more positive way of thinking, you have to understand the ripple effect of what that does. That perspective is stinking thinking. And that affects the children who are coming out of that household. That young girl who's going to also grow up thinking, I should also be so super independent that
Oh my God, Sherry, you really touching you touching facts. You touching facts.
This is what I see. This is what I hear. This is
Hold
what
on, boy. When I say it,
No, because I came to the realization, Neek, that like I understood where you were coming from as well. But like the way that you just explained that, Sherry, because I myself have like witnessed hyper independence.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And even like the way I perform sometimes, hyper independent. Not really consciously either,
Okay,
but because
is
my
that a
mom
feminine trait? Is that a female trait?
Is what a female trait?
That
Is what a
hyper
female
independence.
No.
I'm asking Lawrence.
And this is why I said
I'm not even gonna. I don't really like to quantify it as like, is that a female trait? Is that a male trait?
But
Like
he means it the way that we was trying to describe it. Is that a wife attribute? It's not a wife attribute because the wife thinks about all.
That is not right. That is not. I do not believe that, and I have actively sought to change that dynamic. You know what I'm saying? Within myself, just like how I perform in friendships, how I perform in business. You know what I'm saying? I got it down pack. I don't need you. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, but it's a very unconscious sort of way of being. You know what I'm saying?
Lawrence, real quick, you know that part where it's like a lot of women.
I don't need you gonna learn. You gonna pick up on that.
The climate today
I mean, that doesn't apply to my man because I know I need him like air. You know what I'm saying? And I tell him all the time. But
buddy.
I definitely understand where that comes into play as far as like I get it. I get it because I've witnessed like a hyper independent mother.
And Neek said it on the nose earlier today when we were having a conversation. But I will just say this, and this is my last point because I know y'all gotta go. But the wife must be the wife prior to becoming on paper the wife.
Right.
Neek said in conversations, if he hears the language coming out of this woman's mouth that says it depends, I can be this person for this person, but it depends on the other person.
On something.
It's your character, ma'am. It's your character, ma'am. It's your character. You're not being accountable.
What about
what about what?
What about the husband? Should he be a husband before becoming
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's not, I don't have, it's not, I'm not just, I'm for what's right. I'm not picking a side. Like there's a whole bunch of lazy dudes in the Black community.
But
I know that.
Husbands grow into
now I want to ask you this question and then we're gonna close it out. Is hyper independence a masculine trait?
Hyper independence?
Yeah.
Is that a masculine trait? I think that we don't seek to be independent like that. We seem to be sustainable. Like you want to have your own shit. You want to have something to show for your existence that a woman would even look your way. But we want a woman. We don't want no dude wants to be by
That's a
themselves.
defense. That's a
That's a
defense
fact.
mechanism. That's a
That's a
defense
trauma
mechanism.
response.
Say
Yeah.
it again?
That woman would have. It's a defense mechanism that
I
a
agree.
woman, or in that
I
case,
agree.
would
But look
have.
at, but hold on,
Because,
just real quick, look at the ripple effect about how we get here. Because Sherry touched on it and Kimmy touched on it, and I think Lawrence Pro added. No nuclear family produce broken children. These broken children grow up to enter into relationships that they're ill-equipped to navigate, then get hurt. Then those hurt children grow up. I mean, those hurt children turn into adults who don't know what they're looking at to even qualify what a wife should be, what a husband should be, how to be a wife or how to be a husband to each other. All of us had to fall down the mountains and get bruised and to get to a place. So it's easier to become hyper independent. I understand how
Wait,
women
hold on.
get there.
Can I share something with you guys for just 1 minute? I'm sorry. I know we trying to rush off, right? But I secretly voice record my kids' conversations sometimes, right? Listen.
You said though that what will you do again? As a husband, I would at least do all the chores, and when he comes back from work, I'll massage him, and everything will be clean, just ready. Why will you massage him? Just because he's stressed out.
Because he's stressed out.
Work. What else will you do? I would. But that's what I do. And something else for me.
I'm sorry, y'all.
I would also do the laundry. And if he has a loose tie, I'll tie it up for him.
I will tie it up for him.
Oh man. Okay. How will you know how to get married? Well, what do you think he'll be looking for in you, this possible husband? What will he see inside of you? Love. Yeah. How? Because I told you that I would massage him and do all the laundry stuff and everything. Even before you get married? Yeah. That's cool. What else will you show him? How will you show him these things? By doing them. And what about him? How will you know that he's a husband? Because we're working together. How? How will you be working together? He's making the money, I'm doing all the chores. Before you get married, I'm saying. How will you know that he's a husband? If he's nice. Like how? Like to you or to people? Both. What else? That's it? That's it? Family has to be nice? You're always nice to me. Yeah, but I'm not a husband. I know. What do you think Daddy does beyond him being nice? Love me. How does he love you? And what else? How does he show you that he loves you? him Karen. He's Karen because, like, remember the day my head was hurting? He came rushing as fast as he could. He stopped his work and he went to go help me. What did you think about that? That it was very lovely for him to do that.
It was
I knew
lovely.
he was working very hard. Very cool. Do you think husbands have to buy you things? No, they don't. So, if what happens when you want to get a nice, pretty dress, but you don't work, so that you can go to an event? How will you get the dress? I'm not pregnant, so I'll start working and help out with some money. So your money is going to be for who? For both. That's good. The whole family. And if he asks you to stop working, will you? Yes. Yes. So the order is God, husband, wife, children. Very cool.
So she sounds like she's being groomed.
Yes, that's what we have to do. That was the end of the conversation, but we not the end of the conversation. I just stopped recording because there was other things that I had to do. But yes, she is groomed. But beyond me grooming her, there's things that she sees. I ask her when she goes to her friend's house what she sees. You know, if she's going to a friend who comes from a single mother household, what was it like? Right. And we get into it.
Into the details.
Yeah. When she goes to some of her friends' houses where they come from a family, you know, husband in the household, she sees he's out working. She sees what these wives are doing. They are pulling everything together. They are doing the laundry. They are cooking. They're cleaning. They're making the doctor's appointments. They are paying bills with whatever money that the husband has brought in to do and execute. You know, she sees these things, and I make sure I make a point of it. We do Bible study 3 times a week, right? Because I need to give her some structure. Her father is not here in this household, but he approves, and we communicate, we co-communicate in these ways. She understands problem solving. She's able to look at things many different ways. She will not be a problem to a man. She will inspire. She will have the things that a wife is supposed to have, and she's already starting this at 7. She's 7. She will be snatched up like this. And I need someone who is of her age group, right? Or not far from her age group, to be a pair in our community. This is the reason why I do what I want to do as far as talking. I will hold you accountable, ma'am, sir, for what is going to be created for my child, for our community.
I see what you're saying, for sure.
I respect it.
I respect it.
100%, man. Shit.
Yeah, let's
trying to push the needle.
I think that was a great way to close it.
Yeah.
But you know, there's some people who think what you're doing is abuse, right?
Well, that's their. Listen, I'm not for everybody. All right, I'm not for everybody.
No,
but
I'm just saying that's real. Like, there's people out here who think what you're doing is like, oh, you're setting us back in time and this and the third. But like,
ultimately, Sherry, though, I appreciate what you're doing because I understand the context of it and the cultural importance. So for sure. Thank you so much for sharing, man. Thank you so much. And all of you guys, thank you so much for like being a part of the dialogue.
And then hopefully next
Kimmy,
week
you
we
look
can
like
do
you
it
in deep
again.
thought, girl. Can I get your social media?
Yes, I can definitely send it to you.
Okay. She was thinking real hard just now. I saw it in her eyes.
Sometimes I listen. I know I'm a loudmouth and I talk a lot, but I do listen a lot.
But she listens intently, like
yeah, I do.
No, it was a great conversation tonight, man. It was a great conversation.
Yes, it was.
We broke last week's
Thank
record.
you. Huh?
I thought I was
We
hoping to
broke
reach
last week's
5,
record.
Karan.
Nah, I can't do the 5, man. I can't.
You got to chop it up.
Yeah, I'm gonna start turning these videos into clips.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, can I get
he got a lot of clips.
Yeah, you could definitely. We'll send you clips. And Kim's social information is in the chat.
If you can find me, because you're friends with Launch, right?
No, because I think they're on Instagram. Are you on Facebook?
Yeah. No,
okay.
I don't use Facebook. I'm on Instagram though, but I
You
think
are really
Oh, let me
Instagram,
tell
right?
you, my Instagram is this for anybody who wants to follow me.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in the private chat. You see it?
Nice. I got it. Oh, that's a cute little name. Mine is Infinity.
Cool.
Yo, that's full circle. That's so good.
Oh yeah.
On that note, I mean, unless anybody wants to give their social media, but I think we all pretty much connected. I think
Yeah,
Kimmy was the one that
definitely.
got to connect.
Great conversation, man.
Yeah.
I appreciate these conversations. I appreciate Karan and Launch for just having this platform. Because this, like I said the last time, this is my vibe. This is my type of time. So I love it.
Yeah.
I'm glad you love it.
Until
We
next
appreciate
time.
you. And thank all you guys. And, you know, hopefully, you know, next time we can end in a more
It's like,
fashion.
you know what's so funny about that? Like,
Yo, you gotta not invite us if you want to end early, Karan. You gotta kick me and Sherry out if you don't want to.
No.
You guys are always invited.
These long conversations is also all what we need so that we can be able to have these conversations. We always looking to cut things so short. This was valid. This was a great conversation.
It was.
No, it was. Nah, I'm
It
glad we did
definitely
cut it short.
was.
No, because we got a lot of value out of it. No,
I
I'm not
love
saying
it.
that.
I love it.
No, I just don't want to keep the listening audience up late. We still got like one person in YouTube.
That's dedication,
vibed out
man.
with
That's
us.
how you build a
I'm
niche
telling
group.
you,
That's how
I'm
you build a
telling
niche audience, man. The ones who are willing to stay up till 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning.
I'm telling you, that's a fact.
I ain't going for. I'm going straight to bed. I'm not passing go. So
Yeah. All right,
All right, guys.
Good night.
Until next time.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye bye.